we are also urging upon government to do all it can to ensure the peace in Boko. The situation is getting out of hand, and they inherited a peaceful country. They must keep it peaceful. What is happening in Boko, where security personnel don't feel safe, is not the best for our country. Second, we are also concerned about the persecution and the harassment of political opponents, particularly our party members and former appointees. MPs are now being harassed by expressing their views on governance issues. We urge government to demonstrate tolerance. After all, when they were in opposition, they were at liberty to raise a number of issues. The recent event at the residence of Reverend Ntim Fojo leaves so much to be desired. Very unfortunate. In any event, they could have used due process of law to, invite him. And then the final point, government must focus on issues of governance, creating jobs, and helping better the lives of the people. We are still aware that a lot more are being dismissed from various state institutions that are even very independent and are limited liability companies, and whose budget do not rely on government budgets. We are also concerned about an attempt by certain individuals in government to push for the removal of the Chief Justice. The judiciary should not be seen as part of the partisan political system in our country. All we need is to have an impartial judiciary to dispense justice. What is happening is unacceptable, and it's clear that the NDC government wants to infiltrate the judiciary and make it partisan. But my advice to all judges in the country: stand together. Let not somebody create an impression of one of you and think that by dislodging one of you, you will be the next. The next day, you would also be the next. The judiciary must stand as one body and make a full statement to condemn this act. The Ghana Bar Association must also stand for the judiciary. Civil society organizations must stand for the judiciary. Yes. All these flimsy, pedestrian excuses, looking at what is out there, you wonder whether these are real, grounds for the removal of a Chief Justice. And, well, this is NDC for you.
To the injunction application?
No, it's not. The decision whether or not to hear the case is not mine to make. All right? And the reason why we were absent at the last agenda date was because we organized a training far ahead of the date that was given to us by the court. And the training was for all sit attorneys, all right, by the ECOWAS Court of Justice. So they were being trained on the procedures and rules of the ECOWAS Court of Justice. And because of that, I was deeply involved in the training. My deputy was deeply involved in the training. The ECOWAS delegation that was doing the training was here in Accra. And we just asked for a date. Lawyers ask for this all the time when they are constrained and cannot be available in court. So for you to interpret that to mean that we are not willing, to go along with this process is totally unacceptable.
Thank you.
Well, there's an application for the country injunction pending. So why would anybody proceed? I'll find it quite interesting by board. And be the height of the discussion rule of law in the proceeding in that matter.
So as far as you are concerned, you expect the President to halt the Constitution of the Council of State while this is pending?
It is not my expectation. It is the expectation of the law. The law expects that such regard for the process be observed. And so it will be absolutely of which they are disregard for rule of law. And I think that you should see the affidavit filed by the Attorney General.
I mean, there are those who have made reference to the fact that in that affidavit, he makes the point that there's no law that requires a fair hearing to be given to the Chief Justice. And there are some who are also saying that even under the previous government, the president gave a hearing after he had referred the matter to the Council of State already.
I would say that the Lord has a fine way of exposing the hearts and desires of men. The Lord has an interesting way of exposing the hearts.
Well, today, the focus continues to be on this conversation on the 3 petitions for the removal of the Chief Justice. Well, this week, as you just saw Godfred Yeboah Dame there, the counsel for the Otafo Member of Parliament, Vincent Eko Asefua, whose injunction application this week as well was adjourned for the second time because one of the 5 justices of the Apex Court did not show up, and reasons given legitimately for that. Now, question is, what path is this going to take going forward? There are those who have held the view, like Godfrey Yeboah Dame, that the president should halt every process involving the removal of the Chief Justice, including the consultation with the Council of State on this matter. Well, there are others who hold a different view, just as you heard the Attorney General, Dr. Dominic Ayine, indicate that the president is only performing his constitutional duty. Well, this is the conversation this morning on this matter, while we'll take notice of how this case as well is playing out for you. Also this morning here on Key Point, the fight against illegal mining took a very interesting twist this week with the discovery of a whole community that has its residents and indigents there involved in illegal mining. Over 10,000 people in that community in the Western region. The man who led the task force of both the military and also the forestry guards will be joining us this morning to help us find out how they got wind of this community, how long this community in the Western region has been in existence, with over 10,000 people involved in all sorts of nefarious activities, especially and mostly illegal mining. We'll talk about it this morning. Exactly how did they discover this? This is the height of the illegality, as many have described it. So we will get into it this morning here on Key Point. And also here on Key Point this morning, the fight against corruption. Aside from illegal mining, we're getting into corruption as well. This morning, has government so far shown that commitment to leave the legacy and chart the path, put institutions and structures in place so as to continuously fight corruption effectively. We have a conversation this morning here on Key Point. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. My guests already taking their seats in the studio. Right after this quick break, we'll get into the conversation this morning. And we also are live on the Voice of London Radio. So welcome to another set of guests and our viewers and our listeners as well in the diaspora. And we keep expanding our tentacles of reach for this program for the greater good, so that all of you can have a say in what we say here on Key Point. We'll be back shortly after this quick break. Stay with us. Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. This week, the fight against that's illegal mining. Well, that's another form of corruption, by the way. Took a very, very interesting twist as we saw the discovery of an entire community involved in illegal mining and other forms of illegality. Well, the forestry manager for the Western region, who led this task force to discover this community, is going to be joining us in a bit. They bent a number of equipment. They had generators, as you see on the screen, and they had also, they bent these chamfans and other equipment that were used for this illegal mining or by these illegal miners. An entire community. They said they had no option than to destroy this community entirely, because the numbers when it comes to these persons involved in illegal mining was so huge that no jail facility can contain them. So what's next after this? And then also the fight against illegal mining, especially because the likes of One Ghana movement, they also, the Ghana Coalition Against Illegal Mining, all are demanding that there should be, beyond this, a declaration of state of emergency. What exact difference will that make? There's a case I was going to make for that. But what you're seeing right now is the action by the military and the forestry task force burning down this entire community. That those who have proposed that, in fact, these excavators be bent as well. We understand the control board of some of the excavators that have been impounded so far have been destroyed. But what does the law say? This is it. Minerals and Mining Amendment Act, that's Act 2019, specifically Act 995. Whereas a person is arrested, or where a person is arrested for an offense under subsection 3, 5, 6, or 7, any equipment used in or associated with the commission of the offense and any product derived from the commission of the offense shall, without regard to the ownership of the equipment or product, be seized and kept in the custody of the police. So this is what the law says. But we've seen in a number of instances, especially in the actual administration's fight against illegal mining, we saw some of these excavators, some of them getting missing in police custody as well. And so fundamental questioning is, what can be done beyond this to strengthen this law? Okay, yes, the police have to take custody of these excavators when they are impounded. That's what the law says. But beyond that, a court that convicts a person for any offense under subsection 2, 3, 5, 6, or 7 shall, in addition to the penalty that the court may impose, order the forfeiture of any equipment or product seized under subsection 8 to the state. So essentially, the state confiscates this excavator or other equipment used for illegal mining. Now, a court that convicts a person for any offense under subsection 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 shall, in addition to the penalty that the court may impose, order the forfeiture of any equipment or product seized under subsection 8 to the state. That is what the law says. But we are faced with the realities of this fight against illegal mining. And then also this community, an entire community discovered involved in Galamsey. What does this tell us, especially in mapping out the plan to fight illegal mining? 21 minutes after 7. In fact, just turned 22 minutes after 7 this morning. Welcome back. This is Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. We're also this morning on Voice of London Radio, the newest to join us and to expand the tentacles and reach of this program for the Ghanaian community and indeed the people outside of this country in the diaspora to also follow the conversation on the issues that are of concern to all of us as a people. So a special welcome to the Voice of London radio community also listening to us this morning. Joining us in the studio is Senior Hosi, is a financial and economic analyst, a convener for the One Ghana movement, also very heavy in the fight against corruption and also illegal mining, Galamsey. Senor, it's good to have you. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Alfred, and happy belated birthday.
Thank you very much.
But Alfred Ocansey, what can I say? A man who leaves little for critics to say, humble to a fault, a riddle to embrace, a heart so selfless, bound by grace. Your impact resonates, yet your shoulders bear no pride. A quiet strength that echoes far and wide. Your successes and impact are whispers and they are not boasts. Through storms unspoken, you rise each day. Your worries concealed like shadows that stray. On your back, many pass their way. Professional, poised, selfless and bold, your work is always a sight to behold. On this day, I beseech thee, go forth and keep winning. 2 weeks or so it was, and that I truly missed. Today I humbly submit to thee. Welcome to the 4th floor. Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Senor, this is humbling. I appreciate these kind words from you.
They are real.
None other but you.
You're a very hardworking man.
Thank you.
But amidst everything, your humility is amazing. I mean, everybody approaches you. You are so approachable. You are so ready to help. You hear the same for your colleagues. And I think you should carry on. More importantly, you are setting a great example for young journalists and also younger celebrities as well. So please keep winning. But today's topic is really interesting, and good morning to our viewers, both in Ghana, online, and internationally. Now, your show has gone international, I can see.
Indeed.
From channels in South Africa and on DSTV, booking to make sure that they get into your space. My brother, now you're a big man.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I think it's a collective work of the team, and thank you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate these kind of words, and we can only do the best we can for the greater good. So thank you. Thank you. So let me also welcome Engineer Dr. Ken Ashigbe. He is the convener for the Ghana Coalition Against Illegal Mining, Galamsey. And he's joining us on Zoom. Engineer, good morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alfred. So I am joining you from the twin holy cities of Chiama and Asadame. And, you know, it is Easter. Easter is about the Volta region. For us, Easter is big, and so we come home. Senor is still in Accra.
I'm watching the back for you.
So we'll take it to Tokonatolia for not being at home. But thank you very much.
Yes,
and
indeed.
I add to Senyor's commendations as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Engineer Dr. Ken Ashigbe. Really appreciate those words as well. And then also really appreciate you, Senor, for this. Let me also welcome Martin Pebo, is private legal practitioner, and he's joining us on Zoom as well. And I'll also be joined shortly by Professor Ransford Jampo. He's a professor of political science and also the acting CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority. He's going to be joining us in the studio as well, and then also the Director of Legal for the NDC and the acting CEO for the NPA. That's also be joining us in the studio this morning. So please make some time and stay with us. And thankfully, we also have on Zoom Nana Bosompim. He is the Western Region Forest Manager. He led this task force to discover this community, over 10,000 people involved in illegal mining and other illegalities. I want you to take a look at him when they discovered this and what exactly transpired there. Take a look.
Go to school. They want to be here to make money from the prostitution business, and that is very bad. So today, we can also say once upon a time, there was a village called Abroninkran, a mining hub, a hub for illegal mining in forest reserves, and we managed to raid the community and flush out all the miners. In fact, when we were coming, we estimated to be some 2,000 miners, slightly more than 2,000 miners. But today, raiding here in the wee hours of the morning, we estimated more than 10,000. More than 10,000. That's why we could not even effect arrest, because the sheer numbers and the volumes of people we are going to arrest, they will not even fit in our vehicle, and we wonder which jail facility around the Western region can host them. So we just have to raid the community, bend down the equipment, and then make sure everybody is flushed out. It's not going to be a 9-day wonder, as I said. We are going to be here for nearly 2 weeks and make sure the last illegal miner is raided from this community. I've always been sounding a caution, and I'll use your medium to sound a caution. Notice is here by self. I want all the miners to get out of this community, get out of the forest reserves, get out of our rivers. If you do so, we'll live in peace. But if you refuse and you want to mine illegally in the forest, it's just a matter of time. Enjoy your 50 minutes of fame. The long arms of the law will catch up with you, and that's exactly what we have seen today. Notice is here by itself. Get out of our forest, get out of our river bodies. If you want to mine, do so legally, and we'll have no issues with you.
So that's the man who led this team to discover this community that was involved in illegal mining. But now this community is no more because they bent the community down. And he's joining us on Zoom right now, Nana Bosompim. He's going to put his camera on in a bit, and then we would have the conversation with him. But while at it as well, we also have Martin Pebu also joining us on Zoom as well. But let me acknowledge the presence of Professor Ransford Jampo. Is the acting CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority. Prof, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I usually would do my preliminary remarks, but I can't see my face in the TV, so I don't know whether to go on. Please show me and let me do my preliminary remarks.
Okay, so, Prof, hold on a bit for me, briefly. Let me bring in Senor quickly on this, because of the videos we're just seeing right now. This is a community, Abrewa Ninkran. That's what they call it, Abrewa Ninkran. Yomo Bega. And we understand it is not documented in any official document in terms of the existence of this community in the Western region. But then you had 10,000 and over people there. Most of them, we understand, foreign nationals. What does this tell you, Senor? Quickly.
There are a number of issues. One is a national security issue. Are we really safe as a country that we can actually have foreign nationals create their own community, and as a country, we have close to nil visibility till now? This community doesn't look like a community that came in the last 1 month or two. It's a very established community, totally unmapped from what you say. It is very scary. I'm really questioning the safety of us as a people. And I think Ghanaians should be very, very concerned about what's going on. You know, I'm happy that the community has been found out. I'm happy to see my brother Eduji here, so he probably will shed some light on the legal parameters of this activity. But you see, sometimes, let's be real, while we do not want wrong to beget wrong, and in so doing, I think I wrote in my recent article that sort of navigates us towards a banana republic. In that same way, we must also realize that to attain sanity in the midst of violence, violence must be used to suppress violence. But it must be within certain confines. This is a very scary event. That foreigners can infiltrate our country, create a community on our land, take our natural resources, and we sit aloof and watch it grow to 10,000. Hey, Ghana, we have arrived, though. Very negatively. It's a disgrace. And what I really want to pray the president does is to investigate how come our national security apparatus allowed all this to happen. The persons involved who facilitated and looked by, I think that their conduct itself, in the world of thought, I believe, is criminal negligence. You know, we can't do this. The security officers are paid with our tax money that we don't have enough to develop our own people. How are these trusts getting here? Where is the police? Who was in charge of that district? Were they aware? Did they ever submit a single file? Everybody responsible for this must be brought to book and be brought to book publicly. Because if this can happen, one day we'll be sitting here just like the guns one day traveled to go and fight and came back and they didn't have their country. We'll be sitting here one morning and maybe we'll start speaking a different language, French or Chinese, I don't know. But this is a very scary sight. And I'm so heartbroken that we could let this happen. Look at the roads. Roads have been done.
Yes.
Roads have been done.
And you have makeshift structures. In fact, some block work done. And this is an entire... We understand there's even... there was a casino there as well that they do their things.
Oh.
A functioning community.
Look, it's evidence of the trajectory of this country. And I don't want to mention names, but whoever ran this country to that point should admit that progressively we're failing as a state. For this to happen, no. I'm scared. And that's why Galamsey must be dealt with very ruthlessly. Because you have armed people shooting back at our security officials on Galamsey sites. Some foreign nationals. It means that one morning, a civil war will just break out, not because there's any political problem, but people want to just reclaim their own territory. And we sit by. We are a failing state. I won't say we are a failed state because we are not there yet. But this is a sign that we are a failing state. And the president must take this Galamsey matter, hold the bull by the horn, and not fail us. Because if this thing festers, Galamsey will be a whole army. And you know, we're running some economics of it. Galamsey is reportedly now 40% of our gold output.
40%?
Yes. And that is minus smuggling. The government itself, if I remember some quotes by the CEO of the Gold Board, suggests that it may be about 50% or even twice as much. If you factor in the smuggling, rough estimates. How much revenue do we make in tax income in government income on Galamsey? Almost nothing. Our gold income is mainly coming from the mainstream mining. The fiscal regime for Galamsey is not a fiscal regime for the main mining, but the same gold is what is going out. People pay 35% tax. We take 5% royalties. Withholding taxes of 15%. We are not making money as a country, as a government, from Galamsey, but we are incurring costs. Our environment is being destroyed. Our communities are being armed against the state. We are parting ways for foreign nationals to want to dominate our own communities on our own land, to pillage our resources. Ama Kofi Boa said 7,500 football fields equivalent have been destroyed. I think I should share with you a video. I was privileged this week. He took me on the Blue Water Guards thing. Fantastic initiative. I commend the government. And I commend the great work and training that the Naval Command and the Army and led by the Navy and the Ministry and MINCOM have done. I mean, frankly, I met the boys well inspired, well trained. I'm quite hopeful about the output that they would give us. But if you see what's happening from the sky and how our forest reserves are being destroyed, water bodies are being destroyed, to the point that towns that have rivers are now begging for borehole. Not water treatment plants so that they can pipe to their houses. Because the color of the water is almost untreatable. And then we sit down when we watch all this happening. And for what? Almost no revenue to the state. The only thing somebody will tell you is foreign exchange. Somebody should come and give us data. Galamsey, how much tax revenue have they given us? How much tax revenue has it given us? Do they have the same fiscal regime? They don't. This Galamsey business is a net big loss to the state, and the state should wake up. We should stop thinking myopically, say, okay, we are getting FX, so we don't want to. Please, we have to re-engineer our FX demands in this country, and also re-engineer FX supply if this is the dependence we need. Guess what? To reclaim and restore, 7,500 football fields. You need over 10 billion $10 billion. How much FX did you even get? You've done the costing. How much revenue have you got? How much revenue have you got from the Galamsey? You see, I don't know where this community mining theory came from. I don't have a problem with Ghanaians getting involved. But at least the state should have put in proper management mechanisms, accountability mechanisms, just like we put in place for the main mining. You can do it, but at a smaller level. But you have the same fiscal regime, same responsibility. People destroy the thing. When they get their gold, they are gone. Your environment is gone. Your rivers, gone. How much money are we going to spend to do that one? Are we thinking about it? 10 billion. How many schools? How many hospitals? How much infrastructure to unearth agriculture? How much infrastructure to create new supply chain channels for us as a country, for us to really grow our economies productively? This Galamsey thing is total nonsense. This community humanity doesn't make sense. And if government wouldn't wake up to it, government will be failing us. And we cannot stand another round of another government failure. We have suffered one already. We can't have part two. Part two, they won't accept. We won't accept. No, we won't accept. So this one, let's have an honest conversation. Those myopic economic conversations that people are having, it means you don't even understand economics. And you come and tell me that it is just FX. What do you mean by FX? Where's the revenue? Look at the expenditure you're putting back there. I mean, what is the sustainable jobs that you're getting out of this? There is no benefit to this Galamsey. The net effect is negative. We are being selfish leaders today, all of us. We are sitting here. We are selfish. Just thinking about our convenience today. We are thinking of our exchange rate only for today. Are we thinking about the future of our children? Are we thinking about how they will eat? Are we thinking about where their food will come from, where water will come from? This myopic, irresponsible behavior that we put up, we must all stop. We must all stop. For the first time, let's start thinking about the generation after us. This land belongs to them. We'll hand it over to them. Question, what state will we hand over that land?
Very, very important question that you ask. The state of affairs now, and indeed, touched on some of the interventions to fight illegal mining and whether it's really making any significant impact. At this point, I want to acknowledge the presence of the acting CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, because you referenced that from the legal perspective, is going to also touch on it as well. He's a private legal practitioner in addition to all the other things that he does. Coordinator Eugene Tamaklo, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
A very competent one.
Good morning, and good morning to the learned professor who is here, and good morning to my senior senior. I can see my very senior brother from Chiame, my senior Eden.
Yes.
Yes. And then the religious, yes, and then the religious viewers,
indeed,
the people who view key points. It has gotten to the point of a religion,
indeed,
on Saturdays. But quickly, let me do this. My senior brother, the Honorable Neelanthe Van der Poel, he is watching. Now, the wife is one of your ardent viewers.
Oh,
Today
wow.
happens to be her birthday, Diana Nakole Van der Poel. So wherever she is, happy birthday to her. But that said, I think that the initial comment and the passion by Senor had put matters in proper perspective. I think this is one time that you can say that, usually the judgment is having read the erudite submission of my learned brother, I have nothing useful to add except to concur. So this one, in concurring, I just need to say that I understand that there's even another village closer to this one called Jerusalem, which is bigger, yes, called Jerusalem.
Yeah, Jerusalem.
Yes. Jerusalem, and Jerusalem is bigger than this particular one. And you see, we come and sit on the national television and raise these concerns. But trust me, the Forestry Commission people, they know this settlement. And they have always known that this settlement existed.
They've always known.
Yes, almost 2 years now.
So why did
almost 2 years now, this place, Abrewa Ninkrang.
And Jerusalem had always existed.
Jerusalem.
And you see, these communities, usually they start like village. You know, like you go to farm and you have a farm village.
Yeah.
Then tomorrow, another set of people will come and join you. Another set will come and join you. Another set. And then it started expanding. In fact, it is, quote unquote, a nation on its own, with all the things that is required to make people live well. But you see, you know what has happened? It has to take the Honorable Defense Minister, Dr. Omane Boama, the new IGP, the National Security Coordinator, again, the new leadership of the Forestry Commission, to say, no, enough is enough. But for that, this community will still be there. All the people involved in our natural resource conversation, particularly within the Western region, the RECSEC, until 2024, knew about these two settlements.
What?
Yes.
There's Jerusalem and Mabrewa.
Jerusalem and this one. They knew about this settlement. In fact, this settlement was so close to the home of one of the deputy ministers then. So, look, I am saying that, look, I have absolute confidence that President Mahama will fight this thing. Because, you see, these are things, legacies, that he's taking over, and he wants to demolish that infrastructure. My brother, Senor, look, the past 8 years, Galamsey, it was terrible. You see, we have moved from the point of complaint to action. The actionable intelligence that led to the destruction of this community And the number of people, in fact, even the fear I have now is that without the benefit of alternative livelihood for these people, there's also another potential risk that we should be anticipating.
Which is what?
Now they have moved from here. They have to go and look somewhere else to resettle. So they are going to be, it's like a cell, cancerous. It moves through the other cells. And that is what this whole thing, and you know, it's supposed to be a whole security arrangement where, with the greatest respect, you even need to profile the people and appreciate who they are, where they are coming from, the purpose of resettling them, among other things. So it's a whole conversation that we need to have. And as for the economics of it, it's about a numbers game. Look, the Honorable Dr. Omanebuama shared something on his Facebook page, very instructive, that for the first time, government is now following up on the chassis numbers on the excavators. And the whole idea of following up on the chassis numbers is to identify the owners of those excavators. So we are getting closer to the kingpins.
So because that was a manifesto promise.
No,
you're not going to deal with the small boys in the forest.
No.
You're going to identify the financiers, the kingpins behind this illegality. So what have you done in that regard?
So like again, the Honorable Defense Minister had just put out there in the public. That's the level of accountability and transparency we want to approach this conversation. And where in this situation, what government is essentially doing is to say that, listen, we are following up on the lead. We want to know who brought in this excavator. Like we say, excavator no get wing.
Yes, you know they fly.
You know they fly. Somebody had to bring it into this country. The chassis number will give and provide that essential intelligence as to who the owners. As you are aware, the Ghana police, and again, I want to salute the IGP, Yohonu, for an excellent job so far. Together with the National Security Coordinator, the Interior Minister, the Defense Minister. I know people want more, but I can tell you that these people are not sleeping on the job.
Okay.
Look, Akonta mining. There's a particular mining, you know, just about 2 days ago, about almost 15 Chinese nationals, about 20 Ghanaians, excavators and other mining equipment were equally raided. There was a raid. And from all indication, it is linked to Akonta mining.
How did you know this?
No, because the report, the news report, clearly gave that indication that they are on that site on behalf of Akonta mining.
They quoted who in that news report saying?
In fact, if I need to just get you the news report.
Why is that? So it's noted that we already have a petition at the IGP's office. We submitted a petition during Dan Paris tenure against Akonta mining, who was clearly found to be acting illegally in the mines by Mincom. So we have a petition there which has not been acted by the Ghana police.
I am just saying that, I don't care whether you are NDC or MPP in this matter. Whoever you are, because you see, myself and you here, right, we'll go out to the various restaurants, buy food items, we'll go and eat. Where the food items are coming from, we don't know. Whether they are coming from polluted mining communities, we don't know. And we don't know that in this whole mining conversation is the use of cyanide, mercury, and all of those things. And these are heavy metals.
Ghana Water can fix it.
Now, we also do know that Ghana Water has been complaining over the period, one, about the cost of treating water for all of us.
Yes.
What is our ability as a people to break down these heavy metals like mercury and the rest? How are we able to do? So eventually the treated water that we are using at home may just end up being Galamsey polluted but treated water for our household. The net effect is health issues. So anybody who says, oh, we are getting gold, and that gold is enough to compensate for the health, issues associated, with the greatest respect, you are not being fair to this republic.
I see.
And so, Alfred, even the economics doesn't help us because they are not tax paying. Look, because of the illegal nature of the conversation, we are not getting the appropriate taxes. So again, revenue loss.
It's a big one.
Revenue loss. And so the economics is bad, the health is bad, the concern about the environment, Bobo. I remember in our natural resource class, Dr. Ine taught us natural resource law. And one of the things that we used to look at, an environmental law by Professor Kwame Jan, one of the things that we used to talk about is intergenerational issues. The level at which we are destroying the environment, the generational issues, you can never actually mitigate it.
Sure.
And the danger here, and I'll conclude on this, is that we are destroying what is even meant for the future.
Yeah. Oh! You see, and I'm going to have you...
Look, let me say this. Mining didn't start today. In fact, Don Diego de Azambuja came here because of what? Mining. And so our people have always done mining small scale. It is the greed, the unmitigated greed. Where now we are using excavators to do massive surface mining. And that is what is creating the problem. It is not, the word Galamsey was not coined today. Gather and sell has always been with our people from many, many, many years ago. What has created the problem now is that in the past, our people were just doing, they call it artisanal mining in those days. Small. Then people now brought in the Chinese Shanghai. People now brought in the excavators. And so now they targeted our water bodies directly. That is where the problem is. So on this note, I want to encourage, beyond the political heads, we also need traditional authority.
Yes, because the fundamental question
and look,
is
Domahini, Nana Domahini, Justice Daniel Mensah, made the point that you can't come to Doma to do mining. And that one is about traditional authority. Look, these people who settled in this community, they are landowners. In Ghana, if you go onto somebody's land without the tacit permission of that person, there will be war. In fact, there are wars being fought in this country because of land. How come that you can have thousands of people on the land without the tacit endorsement of the traditional authority? So that is key.
The fundamental
that is key. Look, I'm aware. Nana Santihin, for instance, had made a point that chiefs can now be distilled. In the past, the basis for customary distillment of chiefs did not include Galamsey. Nana Santihin had now included it. So if you're a chief and there is evidence that you are engaged in Galamsey, it is now grounds for your distillment as a chief. Painfully. Okay. Senor, do you know that today the Bui Dam is getting compromised?
Hey, Jesus!
You know why? Because from the Savannah region, they are now doing massive mining. And because of the use of the Shanghai, it is silting, the Bui downstream. This is a dam that we use $600 million to construct. And so the problem is multifaceted.
It's at the heart of our energy supply.
And that is how we need to approach the conversation going forward.
I thank you. But this, when I showed this video for the first time, when Professor Jampo was walking in, I saw the facial expression, knowing that this is an entire community that was discovered involved in illegal mining. Engineer Dr. Kenashibe, for you, I mean, because Senor touched on, and I indicated that the man who led this task force to discover this community and destroy it, they pulled it down. He's with us on Zoom. He was to join us in the studio, but an operation came up. So let me first acknowledge the presence of Nana Bosompem, who led this task force to destroy, in fact, first discover and destroy this community in the Western region. He is the Western Region Forestry Manager. Nana Bosompem, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning to you, Alfred, and good morning to your distinguished panelists. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Perfect. Now, let me establish this. Did the Forestry Commission have knowledge of the existence of this Abrewa Ninkrai in Jerusalem? We understand another community full of illegal miners. All this while, even before the operation was undertaken to burn the community down and drive the people away.
Yes, thanks so much. Yes, I've been in the Western region for close to 2 months now. And in my handing over notes, mention was made of this illegal slum. If people refer to community as a community, it is not a community. It's a slum akin to Sodom and Gomorrah in Accra, because you don't have existing structures, just wooden structures, wooden planks with plywood around them and one roofing sheet on it with several people in there. So I'm aware, yes, it is in our records, and there have been 3 different raids in the community. I'm not sure when it did happen, but for the past years, there have been some raids within the slums of Abrewa Ninkrai and Jerusalem. Of course, there was a measure of success, but then some way, somehow, the people managed to regroup and come back in numbers, akin to what we saw the last time during the operation. So I'm aware, my predecessor did mention it to me, that's why it became a point of interest. I'm aware with the previous regional minister and his team, they had been well informed, and at the point, the Forest Commission and the RCC were even planning to undertake a joint operation to flash out and raise on the entire community, but that did not materialize. My predecessor did inform me that even with the current regional administration, they've been duly briefed on the existence of such a slum that abuts the forest full of illegal miners and perpetrating other dastardly activities. So we have been aware, but at the point the people became so strong, the slum is being guarded by armed militants. People refer to as the bulldogs. In fact, when you go there, what they are known for, these are the committee. They administer the slum. And we are told they are very notorious, they are well armed. Intelligence guidance suggests they may be wielding AK-47 rifles, pump actions, and other offensive weapons. So for a time, we could not go there because anytime my officers even go on their normal official duties, not even on Galamsey or to combat Galamsey, they are attacked. There are companies working lawfully or companies that have concessions within that portion of the Subri River Forest Reserve, such as John Bitter. They've petitioned my office incessantly, talking about the way the miners have treated them. Anytime their trucks are going, they quickly divert those trucks and ask them to go, because that part of the forest belongs to them. So we are aware of the existence of such a slum. But then, without the military support, because the people were armed, it was more dangerous to go in there without the protection of the security agencies.
Well, they're able to ward off companies that had licensed permit to go into this area.
It's a common practice over there. They ward you off with their guns and everything. Heavily built men, very tall in stature. You wonder whether they are even from this country. But they are administering that slum. And all the miners who are allegiance to this group, they pay. In fact, when you get into the community, they take money from you and allot you a parcel of land. Anybody engaging in mining in forest reserve, you pay between 200 to 500, depending on your group, to these bulldogs, the armed group that administer the slum. Failure to pay will elicit their wrath. And we heard from the people there, they keep molesting people, they keep beating people with machetes. And there are times that they even come and block the road and tell people that they are taking money from them for the next 3 days. And supposedly they claim they are going to see the police, they are going to see the military, they are going to see the Forest Commission so that we don't raid the camp. And we are told that the last time they took that money, the next day was the day we raided that camp.
I see. And you say these persons who were there, over 10,000 of them, which nationalities did you discover were there?
Yes, in fact, when we were going into the committee, our initial assessment was that there could be some 2,500 to 2,000 miners in there. But we went around 12 midnight. We drove from our station and got to the community around 3 a.m. That's when the operation commenced. So when we started the operation, people started coming out from the slums. We launched a drone. I was the person launching the drone, and we're looking at the numbers, wanted to see which armed groups are prepared to confront us. But then you navigate the drone to the right, and you see volumes of people. You go to the left, another huge numbers of people. You go forward, people living and freeing the community. Then we realized that we are not dealing with that 2,000, estimated 1,500 to 2,000, but in excess of 8,000 to 10,000 illegal miners within the community. In our interaction with them, we realized that there are people from Niger, there are people from Nigeria, there are people from Mali, there are people from Burkina Faso, there are people from Togo, there are people from Guinea, there are people from Cote d'Ivoire. So that's what led me to make that famous statement that probably that slum, there appears to be a representation of ECOWAS in that slum. Because we interacted with them and they told us where they are coming from.
I see. So it's about 4 nationalities that you mentioned.
4.
And yes, and what kind of settlement is it? What's on there? I mean, this community that you discovered.
Thank you. If you look at the way the structures got built, it tells you there are no concrete structures, but wooden makeshift structures. We are told there are people who have come and they have a parcel of land over there, run by the bulldogs, and they put up these makeshift structures. And when miners come to sleep in, they charge them, I think, 50 Ghana cedis per night. And it will interest you, there are brothels, a lot of brothels. In fact, we counted about 9 of them. They are all makeshift wooden structures in there, a lot of them. So when the area was raised down, after we burned everything, you could see that there were only 1 or 2 or 3 concrete structures or block structures standing, but purely structures made of wooden planks and plywood with the roofing sheet on top.
And you mentioned Nigerians, Malians, and people from Burkina Faso. Were there Ghanaians there as well? Because there were reports
in fact, there were people from Guinea, there were people from Mali, there were people from Burkina Faso, there were people from Niger, there were people from Nigeria, there were people from Cote d'Ivoire, and there were people from Togo. At least those that we interacted with, we got to know that these 8 nationalities were there. Aside that, there were a lot of people from Ghana. In fact, they all claim to be coming from the Upper East region, the Upper West region, the Northern region, the Savannah region, and the Northeast region. In fact, some of them, they'll tell you, I'm from the North, I'm from Wa, but their stature and accent, that doesn't give evidence thereof. But they may be coming from the South region, but when they come, because maybe the Upper East or Upper West shares a border with Burkina Faso, they are somehow related or they look alike. So they take easygoing identities. I'm from Wa, I come from this village, I come from that village. But a lot of them were seen from the northern part of Ghana. In fact, you hardly see indigents from the western region, whether the Nzemas, the Ahantas, or the Fantis dominated them. No, these are people that have come from the sub-region and other parts of Ghana to ply the trade. And indeed, with the numbers of people there, a chunk of them, not all of them are involved in the illegal mining activity. If you estimate the number to, let's say, 8,000 to 5,000, maybe you may have about 6,000 or 7,000 people involved in the mining activity. But others are also there because of the economic activity related to the illegal mining activity, whether legal or illegal. Because clearly we have evidence of the trafficking of women and young girls. And indeed, if you look at the national that we encountered, we interviewed one man who claimed to be a Nigerian, and he said for them, the Nigerians are about 400, estimated about some 400. They gave us rough estimates as to their nationals that are in the camp. So you could see a lot of women, a lot of young girls that have been trafficked. We managed to rescue some of them, and they tell you, I am from Ojo State. In fact, I did interrogate one lady called Sussex, who had a very harrowing experience to share. She is from the Ojo State of Nigeria, and she claimed her madam, another Nigerian lady, brought her from Ojo State to Ghana. And when she brought her to Ghana, she put a bounty on her head You are supposed to work for me to the tune of 30,000 or 40,000 Ghana cedis. So what this young lady was engaged in was prostitution. And she narrated her harrowing experience of sleeping with 5 to 10 different men on daily basis. And the madam takes the money and then gives her a pittance just for food. She said she engaged in this trade for 7 months. And at the time she was able to pay that 40,000 bounty on her head. And when that happens, when you're able to pay the money, we are told the madam should hold a graduation ceremony in the forest for you. So we inquire whether they are giving certificate. They say no. They only do a small party, they do drink up, and they pour drinks on you and tell you that now you are also a madam. A madam meaning you are on your own, and now you now have the license to go to the Ojo State village and go and bring other girls, traffic other girls into the country to work for you as a madam. So that is the implication of the graduation activity. We saw a lot of people who were there for other economic activities. We interrogated them, say, I'm selling drinks, I'm selling food, I'm selling water, I'm selling whatever. And in fact, these wooden structures had an industry where a lot of mining equipment was sold. There was one structure that we bent that contained over, I think, 150 pumping machines. They have other shops that repair the mining equipment when the asphalt was. In fact, all the shops there that we bent, they contain a lot of mining equipment, meaning they had a robust system running within this community. This community has no schools, no hospital, there's nothing. It's a slum. I don't even like to refer to it as a community. This is power supply. They have their own IPP, independent power producer, within that slum.
They have their own power supply.
Yes, Alfred. Yes.
What kind of power supply is it?
Yes, they have this big Shamfan machine that they pour in diesel all the time at the center of the slum, and people come to connect. That's how come in the video you saw people coming out with fridges, other electrical devices. There are about 4 of them dotted around the community, and these are members in the slum that sell power. Anybody, I don't know whether they give out electricity bills like the ECG does, but somehow they have their own IPP that produce power within that slum and distributed the power for a fee.
This is serious.
Yes.
And we understand this community is not documented, so it's not a community you can find on any paper, official documentation for that matter.
Yes, you could see that it's a slum. It evolved as a result of the mining activity. They just came to settle just on the boundary of the forest reserve to engage in that illegal mining activity. Indeed, you see, the focus has been on Abrua crime because that is where we raided first, and that's where information started coming out. But just about 10 kilometers from Abrua crime is Jerusalem. And Jerusalem is even far more bigger and far more worse than Abrua. I wonder why they chose the holy name of Jerusalem for such a terrible community, Islam engaged in illegal mining. But then in the Jerusalem vicinity, because they had a wing that the Abrua area is now lying desolate and in ruins, and people may have lost their property, they had a wind of it. And at the time we entered Jerusalem, people were moving en masse. People were moving, lots of people were moving en masse, packing their tents. You could see a lot of these tricycles, these projects, these aboboyes, cutting so many things out of the community. We allowed the people to leave before we raise down that community as well. Aside that, there's also a third community called Wasan Crime. For Wasan Crime, it is not a slum. It's an actual community, but they have provided that haven for the miners to come and settle among the community. They have structures, concrete structures, buildings, nice building, better sanitation over there. But they have provided that safe haven for these people to come in. And predominantly, all the miners, they were Guineans. Predominantly, all the miners in the Wasan.
And this is the Wasan Crime area.
Wasan Crime. That is the community on its own. But for the first two, Abrua crime and that of the Jerusalem, these are pure slums with very terrible sun. In fact, the guys are living on a pile of rubbish. It's a garbage dump, but they don't care. no proper toilet facilities. Somebody came to dig a borehole there, and he has a tank on top to sell water to the miners whatsoever. In fact, the conditions were that bad. We saw evidence of this. The military was able to retrieve weapons from these two communities. In fact, we are informed that at the time we entered, the bulldozers had us, and within 20 minutes, because they have vehicles, those armed gangs that administer Islam, they fled. So you could see how disgruntled the people were that, oh, you people are here telling us you are bulldozers, but now there's a problem and you fled and abandoned us. But we saw evidence of occultism. In fact, all the fowls, the chicken that we saw in the community were either red or white. And preferably that is what they use for the so-called rituals to attract, supposedly,
red and white fowls.
Yes, red and white fowls. In fact, we did chance on somebody who claimed to be a fetish priest. And then he told us the story that they come for him and he performs the rituals with a red and a red and a black fowl.
Red and black.
A red and black fowl. And you can see this fowl within the community. So they perform the rituals supposedly to attract the gold. So within the Islams, there is evidence of human trafficking of women and young girls. We saw evidence of drug trade. In fact, we saw substances suspected to be cocaine, a lot of them. We saw substances suspected to be weed. In fact, they are, but then some of these things have to be tested in the laboratory before you can fittingly conclude that this is cocaine, this is weed. We saw tramadol. You open a box, empty the content, you see tramadol. And for the first time, I saw that substance called red. That red drug substance that we are told the youth are abusing. A lot of them are there. We saw these things. We saw elements of occultism. That is the state of these slums that about the forest reserve of Subri.
This is troubling, and there's you know, I know you have to leave us, but kindly bear with me briefly. But there's one other development we got to know as well, that these people from the northern part of the country that you mentioned, the Ghanaians who are there, predominantly from Upper East, Upper West, you say you discovered on their phones that some of them are funding the Boko conflict?
Yes, indeed. There were 3 gentlemen that we spoke to, young boys, very young, in fact, very young boys. But anytime you ask them their age, they were inflated. You see tiny little girls, and they tell you, I am 18, because they know if they tell you they are not 18, you assume they are minors. So in our interaction with them, just to gather much information about what pertains in that camp, they were telling that they were from Boko. We inquired from them. So why have you come this long way from Boko to be here? And there's no job there. I have one guy on video who is supposedly a training, a teacher trained. He's a graduate from one of the teacher training colleges. And he said he's here because he's not finding work. So why do you come all the way from Boko to this place? And they said they need to work to support their families. There's war in there's a conflict in the Boko enclave, and they have to come and work and repatriate some money back to their families to support them as the war rages. The one of them told us that, look, for those indigenous of Boko outside the Boko enclave, once they have a group, a WhatsApp group, supposedly, that they share ideas, and they will warn you, if you are not repatriating money, it's like your family is under threat. Your family is under threat. So everybody is working to support his family, to buy guns, weapons, bullets, whatsoever, to protect themselves. This is something we cannot independently confirm, but this is the harrowing experiences a lot of these young guys were telling us. And there were a lot of people from Boga, and the Boko enclave within that Abrani Grand portion of the Subi River Forest Reserve.
Wow. I earlier acknowledged the presence of Professor Ransford Jampo. His microphone was messing up a bit, but Prof, I mean, it's good to have you once again. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, Alfred, thanks for having me. Like I said, I would always make my preliminary remarks before I veer into the main issues, me and Martin Febu. So best wishes, happy birthday to my auntie, Madame Emma Gacy in Salt Pond. Over the week, because I cannot come there today, I had to drive there to wish her well. She's 80, Auntie Mama Awodapa. And I went to Salt Pond. I saw that the road that was constructed just before the elections, Methodist Chapel was started to the road that was constructed just before the elections. Ibi abompumpumja, ibi so was starting sooner or horoko. We cannot continue to tickle ourselves and be laughing. Okay, just constructing a road because of election, and then the road begins to develop some of these challenges.
We have to use taxpayers' money to pay.
I mean, it is not good enough. Happy birthday to my new, my also favorite niece, Miss New Love Taylor, who is in Kofori Dia, and then also greetings to the top management of Ghana Shippers Authority. I applaud your support and commitment that you are giving to me in my bid to implement some cost-cutting and austerity interventions aimed at ensuring that we do not perpetuate the people's entitlement to wastage and all that. So I've already demanded a few things from you. Number one, commitment, loyalty, and hard work. If you are able to do this for me, as I've said, I don't care where you are coming from, work together. And so far, it's been so good. Now, let me quickly also say that it is too early for the ruling government to be tolerating the kind of bad press that people have started introducing for them. I urge the ruling party and its communicators to begin to activate all mouth cameras so that we can offer a regime defense to ensure that the president has a peace of mind against the needless noise of those who know next to nothing about how to govern a country. You are tolerating, I know that you have to focus. President Mahama has to focus. But whether you like it or not, he's a human being. And so sometimes you can be diverted or be worried by some of this needless noise from those who don't know how to govern a country. And so all mouth cameras must be activated to offer a regime defense to shield the president and his appointees from the needless noise of those who know next to nothing about how to govern a country. So Eduji and co, please begin to be doing some of these things. Otherwise, they will continue to throw the mud. They don't know how to govern a country, but they can continue to throw the mud such that before you know, the mud begins to fester in the psyche of people. Meanwhile, we know the kinds of things that are being done by the government, and so it is important.
Just on this, you see, it should tell you a reason why I've not stayed in the office. I'm always out in the media. Well, because you see, like I said, at the end of the day, it's about John Mahama, and we have to protect his legacy, which we'll do collectively. And so I like the prompt. On Galamsey, briefly before engineer comes, because I think I'll have my take on it. I think that, you see, I have seen, I was influential and I played a key role when UTAG had to lead a fight, you know, in calling on the government to do something about Galamsey. And honestly, I've seen the kinds of things that are being done. At least for now, the issue has been kept on the front burner of public policy discourse. At least for now, there appear to be some consensus amongst all of us that Galamsey must be fought. At least for now, we are seeing the kinds of things that the government is doing, unlike previously when those of us who led the fight were tagged that you are NDC or you are this. The tag that you have gone to collect bribe and they were insulting you. Previously, people were saying that Galamsey was actually good and Galamsey had no impact on the health of a people. But now, those who yesterday said Galamsey was good, those who were just yesterday saying that Galamsey had no impact on the lives and the health of people, those who said yesterday that the water bodies were destroyed were made worse in some previous administration than their time, all of a sudden, they have also seen the light and they are calling for Galamsey to be fought. And so if those who yesterday, for purely selfish and partisan political reasons, felt that Galamsey shouldn't be fought, have seen the light. And if President Mahama is also putting in place interventions to address the menace of Galamsey, then some of us, we can slow down. We are not slowing down, but we can take a certain break because at least nationally,
Okay, there is a national consensus by those who said we shouldn't fight it, by those who say we should fight it, and we are all working together. It is, we can behave like Oliver Twist and say that we are not satisfied with the kinds of intervention that are being put in place, but it should never be our posturing to behave as if nothing is being done. At least you have a minister who listens to you and tell you that, look, this thing is wrong, we'll do it. Compare it to the previous minister who will not listen. Okay. Compare it to the other people who will say that, well, whether you like it or not, whatever you've said, okay. Okay, so I'm saying that let us try to encourage the ruling government to do more in the fight against Galamsey. In doing so, we are mindful of the fact that sometimes certain comments, if you don't, first of all, appreciate that something is being done, and then we join the naysayers in pretending that nothing is being done, then it demoralizes and it discourages those who want to do the right thing. And so I'm saying, I've seen what is being done, it is commendable, but we must demand that more is done, especially in declaring the state of emergency that will form
and the repeal of the LI.
And the repeal of the LI. I mean, President Mahama, with the greatest of respect, you said that you repeal that LI.
Thank you.
Ghanaians are saying that, look, because you lived, you made that promise, live by it. The idea of repealing, it appears, is not acceptable to many Ghanaians. And so just repeal.
You mean the idea of the review? So
the idea of reviewing, it appears is not acceptable to many Ghanaians. And so I know you listen. And I've always said that there's a difference between you and your predecessor. You listen, your predecessor will say that, well, more. And so my point is that just listen to what the people of Ghana are saying. Repeal if there are aspects of the current legislation that you think you will bring into a new one, you can bring them separately. Listen to the good people of Ghana. I know the good works that you are doing, and I don't want you to go anywhere closer to the kinds of attitude and posturing that your predecessor.
The demand for the declaration of a state of emergency.
Well, I've listened to the reasoning behind the repeal, the review of that law. I've listened to the last 2 weeks. I was told that, look, if you repeal it, it takes a long time for you to bring into place a legislation, and so that's why they want to tinker with it and then be reviewing it. But it appears that, you see, we are appointed or we are brought into office, a government is brought into office to serve the people. And so if you want to review and the people say that you should repeal, then I think that the best thing to do is to be on the side of the people. I know they have legitimate reasoning and explanations as to why they want to review. But if the people whose advocacy against Galamsey helped this regime in also coming to power are saying that they prefer a total repeal to review, I think that it's important that we pander to the call of the people who helped the current regime to come to power. It's the current regime that came to power that also appointed me. And so I want
Prof, no, just 30 seconds on this. Prof, I think you are absolutely right. On the issue of whether a repeal or Regulation 3, you see, Regulation 3 had been completely repealed. The conversation is that no, take the entire LI away.
Yes.
There are serious conversations regarding that. One thing I know is that President John Dramani Mahama is listening.
Yes.
You see, he's listening to the lies of my senior brother Edem and Co. And their point is that the EPA itself does not have the legal basis to enact that LI. And that if anything at all, it should have come under the Forestry Commission Act or the Minerals and Mining Act itself. I am aware that there are conversations to completely overhaul the Minerals, which is is almost 20 years old piece of legislation. And so the attempt to do it. the view expressed is that why not incorporate portions of the LI that you think are very good into the new enactment that will be coming, and do away with the LI. So this conversation, I can tell you, I can tell you that President John Dramani Mahama is going to listen to constructive conversations. And you see, so far, the lives of my senior brother, Edem and Co. have not been condemning. All they are saying is that, look, this was the nature of the campaign promise. There's no political benefit, relatively, in keeping the LI. And so these matters will be broadly looked at, and I'm confident that the president that I know, President John Dramani Mahama, all these things will completely fail.
My brother, come here. No, so let me wrap up.
Whatever the case might be.
Oh, Senior Dem, with this said, I don't think you have anything to say this morning.
Let me bring you in on this point.
I am not going to sit on Zoom again. Never again. Am I going to sit on Zoom?
So let me officially also acknowledge and apologize to you for this. Very quick one. Now the connection is clear, and we can hear you. If you could sit up a bit for me, that would be good. Now, however, the assurance is, the demand is that live by your word, repeal the LI 2462 and declare a state of emergency. That's non-negotiable from the president, is it not?
Alfred, is that directed at me?
Yes, at you.
Oh, okay. Well, before I get there, I think I will also be joining Professor Jampo and my brother Martin to be doing opening comments. But just on the issue of the roads, you see, I think we the professionals, for too long, we surrendered that whole space to the politicians. I'm sure some politicians would have been involved in this open road. But one thing I know for certain is that it is an engineer that would have signed that road is acceptable. I currently serve on the GHIE as a national councillor. I will be pushing for engineers to also be held personally liable for some of these things. As we do that as well, we also should be protecting engineers who want to do the right thing, but you have politicians who are forcing them to do the wrong thing. So if you're an engineer, you're a professional, you're a quantity surveyor, and all of that, and you know that the wrong things, you are being asked to do the wrong things, you need to be able to do constructive disobedience and say that this I am not going to sign. Because all of those roads, I bet all of those roads have had some engineers signing them. And so we should stop that as professionals. We should stop ceding that space to the politicians. Most of these politicians were in the same classroom with them. They are not more knowledgeable than we are. So we, the professionals, should also be up and do it. That's the comment I would want to make on that.
Perfect.
But Professor Jampo, if you say you are slowing down, that is completely not acceptable. How can you be slowing down? We are in a system where we are dying. How can you be slowing down about your commentary? Fortunately for you, the current Minister for Lands and Natural Resources has invited all of us to join him. So currently what I am asking is rallying the whole of Ghanaians. All of us who supported to make sure that we pushed against, the abysmal failure of Galamsey in the past 8 years. We all need to rise up and increase the ante. Support when the government is going right. But the places that are going wrong, we need to completely, point it out. And I would be one, and I think I've been consistent with that. I have been one of the first to say that there's been a good change. But let's not be oblivious. We had a situation where the president said he was prepared to put his presidency on the line. So you see, heaven, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. It is not good enough just to be able to have good intentions. And the current minister has good intentions, and the current president has shown that he has good intentions, and that's positive. The declaration of war on Galamsey and the fact that the minister himself is walking the talk, the IGP is walking the talk, all of them are positive. They are good things that are happening. And unfortunately, there are things that are happening that if the president does not deal with, would completely eat us up. The road, the door is closing up on us. This issue again about Yombo Bega, Jerusalem, and all of that. There were things that were hidden in close sight. They were hidden in close sight for the past 2 years. Those of us who've been involved in this fight have known it. The reason why all of that happened is also because, the government decided to withdraw the military from the Forestry Commission. So we don't have any of the military people supporting the Forestry Commission to do that. We should be asking questions who the police commanders were in these places, who the NIB commanders were in these communities. We should go and ask questions of who the landowners are, who gave their land, to get these things done. The challenge is that when these things happen, we don't deal with the people who are involved. So, it is not enough that you have gone to clear the place. We need to hold those who allow this thing to happen. We need to hold them responsible. All the police posts that all of these things have been passing, where are they? So currently, as we speak, these mercenaries have melted into the forest. We don't know where they are regrouping. We don't know where they are going to attack our nest. So it is really important that we deal with the situation. Eduji, on this issue about the ally, I'm happy you are here and you've said it. You cannot build anything on nothing. So the ally that as set, it's an illegality, and I know we are in court fighting that particular one. So there are several elements in that are wrong. I think that His Excellency should be owning the narrative. If there's something that he's doing about it, he should put it up as quickly as possible. Because as we speak, I'm sure we have over 15,000 people who have signed this petition. Those online and those who have signed it in person, and that erodes his credibility. Because you see, what
is going on here?
You don't spit and swallow it again.
So this is a president who promised. He sat with me at the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunication and said he was going to repeal the e-levy law. He did not even take 100 days, 82 days. He was able to bring it into fruition. So definitely this is not a president who will now say something specifically and be reneging on it. So I plead with him. It is important that he deals with that. He deals with that. The state of emergency. You see, the reason why we have these things is because of the lack of state of emergency. If you had the state of emergency declared in Abriwa in Jerusalem, in Wasa, which of the Wasaites again? Wasankra. If you had a state of emergency declared in there, what you could then do is that the special power that we give to the president, you could copy from the example of the UK. When they had the route, they were able to have courts that within 24 hours, people are arrested, prosecuted. And so the state of emergency is important because there are parts of this country that we are, you see, the very presidency of His Excellency John Dramani, it's at stake. So if there are people from Mali and all of that, in Mali, how did it happen? The coup, how did it happen? It started from these activities around all of these minerals. And so it is important that for his selfish reasons of preserving his heritage, he lets us fight the selfless fight. It's just that we need to get it. These people that we're talking about, we don't even know where they are currently and what it is that they are planning. And you see the way it has impact on conflicts like Boko. Because they will need resources to buy equipment. So it is important that His Excellency considers the state of emergency. And these things, I blame them on the same way I was blaming Kandapa in the past about the advice they were giving to Nanado. I will be blaming the national security, capos for saying, why are they not giving the president, that this state of emergency is in our interest. And we are not saying that state of emergency in the whole of Ghana. We are saying in parts of this country. So it's important. Now, as we say all of this, the people who are arrested in Abriwa and Ninkrai, the foreigners who are arrested, are we going to be going by, that suggestion by the Minister for Interior? Minister for Interior that I have praised you on the issues, the way you're dealing with the police. Now you decide that you will spit into our face as Ghanaians, that the prisons in Ghana are so bad that foreigners cannot be there, but you would arrest somebody who steals plantain and some goats and you go and keep him there. But these Chinese that are causing transgenerational disasters, you allow them to go. That these foreigners coming from Cote d'Ivoire and all of that, you allow them to go. I pray that even the bust that was done against Akontaman, those Koreans and Chinese are made to face the full rigors of Act 955. And Educhi, you are becoming for you. You will be one of the lawyers who will support Makafama for us to take government on for deciding that they will not go according to a law that has been passed by this country that had the Minister of Interior in Parliament. That is important. The last bit for me that I would say is that the elephant in the room, and forgive the pun, the elephant in the room are the politically exposed people. They are the people that His Excellency John Mahama spoke about in July last year in Kempinski, the kingpins. As at now, we have, fortunately, there's something that is being linked to Akontaman, but as Senyo said, we have a petition before the IGP. The former director of CID was an abysmal failure when it came to this particular issue. He was supposed to handle it, and nothing was being done. I know that the Forestry Commission had done some work. The police themselves had done some work. And then also the Minister for Lands, talked about his illegality, confirmed by the Minerals Commission. So we are pleading with His Excellency John Mahama that case should be revisited, Akontaman should be brought before court and be punished. Then also is the most important one as well. There are NDC people that we have reported to His Excellency. The NDC MP for our win has been accused by his chiefs of being engaged in Galamsey. And he said that he's not true, but it is his chiefs rather. The same way His Excellency asked that the National Service allegation be investigated, we expect His Excellency openly to also be declaring that. The NDC constituency chairman for Axim has also been accused by a large-scale mining firm of being engaged in Galamsey. His Excellency needs to help.
Hello, Engineer. Sorry.
Honorable Amakofi to help Amakofi and all of these people, Amakofi and all of these people who are fighting. He needs to deal with his people who are involved in it. Currently, as we speak, unfortunately, 2016 there was a criminal transition that happened. But now we are not dealing with a criminal transition. There's a merger. The NDC people, criminals have merged with, and I'm not saying the NDC in general, I'm saying the criminal element. Some of them are not even proper NDC, MPP people. But just because it would suit them, they go clamoring after these political people. They have merged. And they are doing the Galamsey. And if you are not careful, they will fight. They will fight Amakofi, who is doing a good job. They will fight, the Minister of Interior when he wears his proper hat. They will fight the IGP. So it is important that we close the loop on these people. All of us, and Professor Jampo, don't slow down. Don't slow down just because you've been appointed. Don't slow down.
I've heard you. Okay, I've heard you. So he says he has. And in fact, you see, that point that you ended on, I recall that when these blue water guards were initially outdoored, and in fact, it was first mentioned by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Engineer Kanachi, but you had indicated that this was not going to make much of a difference, really, in addressing the existential threats that we are faced with. Some 300 or so of them were outdoored sometime last week in the bid to fight illegal mining, complement the work of the Navy as well. Really, so stands by this position that is not going to make much of a difference?
No, I think that I'm revising my strategy. I'm revising my opinion slightly. One of the things that happened is that the reason why we will say that is that it is only a fool who does the same thing and expects different results. So in the past, this water guards thing is not something that is new. So when the minister was introducing it, you looked at it and said, this thing we've seen it before. And again, in Fanti, they will tell you the wires are Ohi and Sana wires are Fata. So this one was something that fatter. But you can see there's a combination of things happening. When I speak about the security issues, I am a bit careful because you don't want to also play, all your hands. The security people want to hold some of them up. But there's some things that are happening, and because they've happened already, I can speak to them. You see that increasingly there is intelligence-led work going on. And you can see that there are multiple places in which these things are happening. And you see the collaborative work that is being done between the army, between the military, between the police, and the investigative forces. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
So I think that the strategy is that you want some agility when it comes to how you are responding to these things. So you see that there's a lot more of the water guards being trained. That is a departure from what it is that was done in the past. And so I'm hearing that there's going to be a lot of work with the Navy as well. So if these are just going to be our very first line of defense, and we are going to get, you know, the Navy involved, you're going to get the military, the Air Force, and all of that involved, and they are going to complement it, then that is good, because the water guards on themselves would not be a solution. But if it is going to be part of a bigger strategy of how we are deploying the military and the police, then that will work.
I see. But hearing Nana Bosompem talk about the height of illegality at the Abrewa Ninkrang, and then we are learning of Jerusalem, and then Wasankrang, what is going on there and what is being done now? How should this be sustained so as not to be also repeating the mistakes of the past, where when we move into an area, we deal with them, we move to the next place, and these people regroup?
So Alfred, I think that one of the things that has to happen immediately, we need to militarize our forest guards. We need to militarize them. We need to give them superior jungle warfare training. We need to arm them to the teeth. That's what has to happen. The next thing that has to happen is that we need a lot, and I've heard Honorable Collins Zauda make some points about special units. I would not say special units. The entire military of Ghana needs to realize that the most serious existential threat that confronts us now is not the enemy from without, it's the enemy from within. So the entire military force in the interim have to be focused on dealing and uprooting the enemy from within, the mercenaries that are within. So we need to have a lot more forces. It might be companies, that are situated and embedded into these particular places, who are rotated on a constant basis, but giving the ability to work agilely, so that immediately they are present all the time in those places and are able to move. We need to also use the three arms of the military, the Navy, the Air Force, to support the army that are on the ground. The engineers regiment would have to be serious in there, because you see, one of the challenges that we are going to be facing in this rainy season, we are going to have severe flooding, because a lot of these water courses have been blocked by these criminals and ecological terrorists, and that the water will not be able to flow. I don't know whether you've seen, there was a mudslide that happened that took excavators away in some of the Galamsey. Is the gods that have gone to sleep that are beginning to wake up. And we are going to see a lot more of these floods happening in people whose homes. So we need to get the engineers regiment working together with the Navy to be able to go and clear a lot of these waterways. And the presence will have to be there at this particular time. And then we also, I know that the minister has the strategies working together with government. Now that the DCs are in, the KPIs of all these DCs, MCs, would have to be based on Galamsey, and it has to be publicly made, so that all of us will be involved in monitoring and evaluation in such a way that when they do wrong, we are able to point them out and make sure that they are dealt with. So I think I agree with Prof when he says we have seen a change. We've seen a metanoia, as the Greeks would say, but unfortunately the change, His Excellency is not dealing with it with the alacrity and the urgency of a people who are at war, a people whose very survival is at risk. And so that's all what we will ask. A lot more urgency in this, and a lot more. The communication has to improve, And so when Prof talks about the government communication, I wouldn't look at it from the spin side, but it's also some of the things that they are intending. How do they communicate it? Because they need to carry all the people along, and it's the reason why for us as the coalition we've been asking. Not that we think a dialogue is the most, but we think that it is important to have a national dialogue where we bring everybody together, all good intention Ghanaians together, come up with a plan that we all can own, get the president driving that particular plan with timelines, with smart KPIs and objectives, that together with the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, we will be able to drive. It is important that we win this. Yes. The only hope we have as Ghanaians is President Mahama. A president who has sat in opposition for 8 years and had seen it. This is the last time for us to deal with this issue of Galamsey. It has to be dealt with in the first 2 years. If we don't, the NDC are going to start fighting so severely for who replaces President John Mahama that it will be difficult to win this fight. The window is closing. We need to deal with this now.
Important point. And I asked this question about the measures being put in place when, for instance, this task force raids a particular area and measures to ensure that these mines don't come back again. Because, for instance, you recall that the Minister for Natural Resources indicated some 9 forest reserves had been totally taken over by illegal miners, and 7 out of the 9 had been retrieved from these illegal miners. The Tano Anya Forest Reserve was one of them. We understand after the operation to get rid of the illegal miners and this task force left the area, the miners went back again. And this is a scenario we've seen over time where, for instance, when there's a raid, the task force moves in, they do their work, they leave because there are no specific or permanent measures put in place to ensure that these miners don't come back. We always see them coming back and then regrouping. And that's why I bring in Nana Bosompim again. Nana, you went to this Abrewa Ninkrang. You raided the place, over 10,000 of them, you've bent down the community. And you're saying that because there's no prison with that capacity, so you couldn't arrest all of them. You've just bent down the community. These people have run away or they've left. So where are they now? Did you arrest any of them? That's number one. And did you trace where these people are moving to?
Yes, in fact, as I speak to you, we've gathered intelligence that they are massing up in a certain community, not so far from Abrewa Ninkrang. So we are aware they've moved from Abrewa Ninkrang. A lot of them have left for the Sukuma Wasankran vicinity, but quite a number of them are still hovering around, but not within that slum again. So we have a strategy to continuously monitor the area, police the area. Initially, we wanted to even set up a camp within the ruins of that slum to be able to monitor the area, but we are challenged logistically. In fact, the reason why we're not even able to effect much arrest was because our vehicles were full. We went to 40 military officers, and there are about another 30 or 40 forestry officers involved. And the vehicles were full, the buckets were all full. So any addition to the vehicle would have been very inconveniencing for us. So if we have the logistics, we have enough vehicles. In fact, even personnel, we have a lot of forest guards that have retired over the years, and we are not even getting the green light to be able to recruit more to help police the boundaries of the forest reserves. So if you have these logistical issues dealt with, financial support to be able to sustain the operation, because for the last days we have been there, and we go there, we see people. In fact, there are still numbers of people, not in Islam, but now in cocoa farms, in areas abutting Abrewa and Jerusalem. Possibly, we even saw evidence of people trying to rebuild after we've run down the whole place. We went there the following day and somebody was starting a foundation. It tells you that now they are not going to build with wooden structures when they come back. It's going to be block structures, which are difficult to pen. So we need to be able to sustain this operation, and we wish government to continuously release the military to support forest protection function. Indeed, since I joined the Forest Commission of Ghana nearly 20 years ago, we've always had a military detail. All the forest districts within the southern zone have had military details constantly with us. They are the people that we go on patrols with, we go on monitoring with, we do our operations with. And in August 2022, the military details to the Forest Commission were withdrawn for no reason. And since 2022, the military has not been brought back to us. So this special operation, we have to go the GOC for the Southern Command through whatever relevance authorities managed to release the military to us. As I speak to you, they're out, and Forest Commission officers are now on their own. So we plead with the agency, the state agency, the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, to make sure that military details that had constantly been with us, and they were rotating them bi-weekly every 2 weeks. So always you can fall on them to be able to sweep. Other than that, when the people are able to regroup and they come up more fiercely with their sophisticated arms, we are unable to deal with them. They may take over the place, and it will become more brazen. So we need vehicles, we need these logistics, we need the support of the military, and much more so the financial support to be able to sustain this operation. Like I said earlier, these camps had been raided in the past. In fact, on my record, I see 3 different rates that were done by my predecessor. But then they still came up strongly and even more in numbers. So it tells you that we should have a strategy in place to police the place regularly and make sure the camp is never rebuilt.
I see. Now, because you talked about the, how many people of these illegal miners, how many of them did you arrest? Can you put a number to it?
Yes, when we entered the community, our vehicles were full already. So you can find my officers even in the bucket.
Okay, so that's fine. You made that point. So it means you didn't arrest any of them?
We had no space in our vehicles to bring anybody. We had no space in our vehicles because we had a few fleet of vehicles, just about 4 from the Forest Commission, and the military also coming up with additional 2. Just imagine almost 80 men in 6 vehicles. We were cramped for speed.
I see. That's where the concern is. That, I mean, even if not all 10,000 of them, those who were involved in it, to serve as a deterrent to the others who, probably because of space, you didn't arrest them. If you had picked up a few of them, then these people who have dispersed, and you say you have intelligence now that they are regrouping, maybe the arrest of some of them would have then sent some deterrence to them not to regroup, to do the same activity for which you went there to raid the community. Is it not?
I agree with you, Alfred. But you know, when we embarked on this activity, we wanted that element of surprise. And even me, the regional manager in charge of Western Region, I was informed of this operation just some 2 hours to midnight when we were going to go for this operation. So proper planning logistically became a challenge, irrespective of the success we reach up. But the next phase, even as I speak to you, my men are on the ground. I'm in uniform already. After this interview, I'm joining them on the ground. And that is what we intend to do. Anybody found around the precincts of these 3 slums will be arrested. Because now we secure trucks and buses to be able to support us for such an operation.
Well, there were previous concerns about the military getting involved in this because of what we saw in the previous instance in a few years ago when the military was involved in the task force to fight illegal mining. There are those who hold the view that they shouldn't even get involved at all because of these acts of some of them being alleged to have stolen the gold from some of these illegal miners and so on. So what measures have you put in place to ensure that this doesn't happen again?
Yes, before we embark on the operation, we had a discussion with the commanding officer for 2BN, and the captain was supposed to lead the military men. And we made it clear to them that they are there to provide security for the forestry officers to work. So the forestry commission staff were the one leading the operation. We were directing. We had the intelligence. We were taking them to the scene. And they need to comply with whatever directives we come up with to be able to make the operation successful. So we led, not the military going on their own. We led, provided intelligence, provided further direction. I was in boots on the ground myself, as you saw in the video. That is what culminated in the success of the operation. So once we are with them and we are monitoring everything, the commanding officer, Captain Tete, was also fantastic. He was so strict on his men, monitoring every action on the ground and directing together with me. That ensured nobody misconducted himself, nobody went to steal, nobody engaged in any dastardly act. But then we came out achieving whatever we set out to achieve.
Thank you, and good work. You know, good work done. I think this commendation comes from the entire panel this morning. The only concern, yes, great. So the only concern is reviewing your strategy on not arresting any of them. That has to change. Yes, quick.
I agree with you.
From his end, strategy, maybe you don't want to give the full detail, but do you know about the existence of dollar power?
Yes. That one is almost ungovernable.
I'm not so sure. I haven't heard about that. But I know, but since we embarked on this operation, many people, including some opinion leaders and prominent chiefs, have volunteered credible information leading to certain areas. But I know I am with the Forest Commission, I deal with the forest. There are areas that are purely outside the forest reserve, which our mandate is a little bit limited. In the forest, I can take any action, and I'm protected by law. But in our area, it will call for the active involvement of the relevant authority, the DICEC, the RESEC, the regional minister, whatsoever. We can support them to be able to take an action. But so far, we are happy. People have accepted this operation, and they are coming out with credible information as to several areas that we may have some of these slums with people engaging in illegal mining, even around water bodies.
Good
point. Yes,
let
Prof.
me join in commending him, and also by saying that, you see, it is refreshing that you have officers like him coming out to have this kind of conversation, to join in the conversation. Previously, it was an offense. In the lead up to the elections, were you going to have him coming publicly to be saying some of these things? It's a certain environment that the change in government has created to encourage or to enable officers like him to now take the bull by the horn and to be seen to be doing what is right in a fight against Galamsey. And so the change is good. But let me quickly clarify my earlier position of slowing down so that it doesn't create or send wrong signals in the minds of many people. I made that statement within the context that I've seen the interventions that are being done to address the menace. Now, if we had seen some of these interventions, if we had created even the environment for good people like the Mr. Bosompim from the Forestry Commission to come and speak, if we had seen that kind of environment, some of us would not have even agitated in the first place. But we are seeing the kinds of things that are being done. That notwithstanding, I've changed my position. It is good. I admit that we must not take our foot off the pedal, and that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Indeed. And so we must continue to push to ensure that the good intentions of President Mahama materialize. And we must not relax just because he's shown good intentions, just because he's created the kind of environment that are now enabling the Forestry Commission to act. And he's put in place certain interventions that are yet to yield the desired results that we are all looking for. But to those who insist that some of us must still remain in the frontal role to fight, to help fight Galamsey. Yes, we accept that charge, but we want to also tell them that Ghana does not belong to just a few people who can talk. Ghana belongs to all of us, and so it is very defeatist, it is very disingenuous, and it is a very unproductive way of national development for you to sit on the fence and to be pointing fingers at some people that for them they must go and do it, and for you yours is to sit down and talk and to determine who must go and do help in fighting and who must not do so. And so Ghana belongs to all of us. Right. We are willing to play the frontal role, but it is not good for people to sit down and say some people should do it, some people should not do it. Let us all join. If today, by the grace of God and as a result of change, you have seen the light that Galamsey, that yesterday you said should not be fought, now it should be fought, then join us. Let us all do it together. Don't sit down and be pointing fingers that some people should do it. Some people, as for them, you should sit down and be talking and be determining who must speak on issues and who must not speak on issues. Let us do it together if you truly care about Ghana.
But you see, the other view is this, and Senor, this is why I bring you in. And it's also important that you make your position, for example, you made your position clear on the earlier statement that you made, because I had to raise questions earlier before Engineer Kenneth Shigbe came in. Engineer, the clarity it takes the box for you?
It's good that Prof has clarified it, because we need it. But there's a point that Prof made, which is a very important point, that it is not only a few people who are selected. All of us who are fighting this have not been paid. Senor Hosi sitting there, he's not been paid to do any of these things. So instead of you people, some of them are more powerful than I am, sending you messages and say, have you seen this, have you seen this? And especially, and some of them include those in the past time when we were saying that they won't even listen. They should all come and let's join, but let's also not take them out. They all have a role to play. To be the opposition have to play their role as opposition, but they should join us in all. doing this together. This is an existential threat. This is not something that, the poisoning, affects only a part of us. So let's all come together. And the docility of the middle class has to end.
Thank you.
All of us need to rally around and come around the table. And fight this thing together. No matter which party you sit in. Our religious leaders, they are also being too quiet. They need to come in. But most importantly, I think we should end this fight like the president. And I quote Honorable Sam George, my Minister for Communication. In 2 weeks, we will win this fight. But it would mean all of them coming to the table. And Western Regional House of Chiefs, they should be calling their own who gave the land for Abrewa Eninkrai and Jerusalem. And the chiefs of Wasankrai, they should be calling them to book. How is it that they were not complaining? How is it that they did not join the people of Jama? You know the chief of Jama, a frail man. He's able to stop it. Doma Hine has been mentioned. There is a town where they have a river called Esuboni. They don't have a chief, they have a queen mother. She's being able to stop it. So for the rest of the chiefs, some of them major paramounties, close to their palaces, there is Galamsey happening there.
Thank you.
They are either complicit or they are incompetent. Either ways, they are not worthy of being called the custodians of our tradition and then the leaders of our people.
Thank you very much.
And it is important that we make the point that those who are part of this government, who are seen to be part of the Galamsey illegal mining. You see, the previous government shielded, its appointees or some of its officials who were doing Galamsey. We do not expect that there are top NDC officials doing it, and because they are party people, they are shielded. No. You expect that drastic actions be taken, against them so that people would see that times have changed. It is President Mahama who caused the prosecution and the incarceration of his own appointee. Let it be part of history that also in the fight against Galamsey, NDC people involved in it were dealt with ruthlessly according to the law by this same president, so that we'll know that for him, regardless of who is doing what is wrong, he would take action. And this would continue to make him different from his predecessors who tended to...
I'm taking your final word on this.
On this note, you see,
because the call has been made.
Let the record reflect this, that if you're an NDC person and you decide to go and do Galamsey, you're on your own. You are on your own. President Mahama will deal with you brutally. Don't. So once you make up your mind that you are going to do this, remember that 1, you are the enemy of President Mahama. 2, you are the enemy of his government. 3, you are the enemy of the NDC. At this point, you are an environmental terrorist.
In fact, most importantly,
you understand, you are an environmental terrorist.
Essentially.
So if you decide to do any of this, don't for a minute assume that something will happen and then they will call order from above. That order, if you are the one going to respond to that order, 1, you won't get Dr. Omani getting involved. No, you won't get him.
You get a director of operations of the presidency.
You won't get him. So please, in the name of God, there are a lot of legitimate businesses that as an NDC person you can do in this government. Don't let you become Sintidua for President Mahama.
Well, what we do is that when you make such emphatic statements, we record it, and we always hold you by
yes. I mean, once you do it, as for President Mahama, they will deal with you brutally.
Acting CEO of MPA today, making this statement, still Director of Legal for the NDC, making this statement about NDC persons who are alleged to be involved in illegal mining.
Just get out of the water bodies. Just
we will hold you by this.
In fact, you can do it. Start doing it now. Yes.
Senor,
no, because you see, Alfred, like I said, Volta region, we have had a kind of thing with our chiefs there.
Don't try.
From Togbia there to who? That as for our region, don't try Galamsey. Because you see, the beautiful thing is that look at the Volta Lake and the water. It's like mirror. You can see your face through it. Imagine in our generation, that water becoming Milo.
Oh.
What would we be our record? That under
what
our
are we
time,
tell our children?
What are we going to tell our kids? Look, if you're on the Adome Bridge and you see the water, you can actually see your face right through it. Oh. Then it will be said that in our time, we destroyed that precious natural resource. I mean, why? And so when the likes of Tobias and Co. say this is what they want to do, they have our support.
Okay. Well, Senor, and then listening to, the height of the illegality that Mr. Bosompem talks about, and the nationals involved, because previously the focus was always on Chinese, involved in this Galamsey. Now we are hearing a whole community of over 10,000 people, Nigerians, Malians, Burkina Faso nationals, Guineans, Ivory Coast, Togolese, all in
ECOWAS.
This is an ECOWAS illegal slum.
Yeah.
And then also the worrying aspect of it being that even the Ghanaians who were there are those contributing and funding a conflict in the north. Troubling, to say the least, is it not?
It's absolutely troubling. I think I indicated in my early submission that it's a major national security crisis, and more importantly, it is picturing us as a failing state. I'm going to call on the President, Mr. President, we need a public inquiry into how these settlements have thrived without action from paid officials of the state who had the responsibility to protect us. You are Mr. Nice Guy, we agree, but we are happy about the ruthlessness you are showing us now. But you must take action. Every single official of yesterday responsible for sitting by and seeing all this happen must be held to account. If for nothing at all, we must get the records right.
Yeah.
They should come and speak to the people of Ghana and tell us why and how these events happen. But also bear in mind, Alfred, these people are the operational miners. The Chinese, the Indians, our Ghanaian entrepreneurs who they are still at the top. These guys are doing the legwork. It's just like you saw with the ECG. You realize that they were using foreign nationals to do a lot of the illegal work there when they were trying to smelt the aluminium and all that. So they are a problem. I wish that there was some arrest. Last week, I went on a little rant on this entire Galamsey thing and our unhappiness with what we were seeing and the mixed communication were coming from government. In all honesty, the language of the Minister for Lands and Mineral Resources and his actions have been top-notch. He's fighting battles from within. But you see, he's been resolute. Ama Kofibua, I doff my heart to you. Keep the fight. And today, what I've got from my brothers here, outside of, in addition to Ama Kofibua, Eduji has given me as the most articulate representation and submission on this matter consistently on Galamsey.
The survival of the government.
But you see, some of your colleagues, don't talk like that. The way you are talking today.
I know people. Hold on. I know people who voted for President Mahama campaign, and they reached out to me that Eduji, we are not impressed with this Galamsey thing, right? Look, every other thing you guys have done so well.
Exactly.
And we salute President Mahama for it. However, on this Galamsey, I've given an indication. I said, oh no, calm down. Just give us a little time. Look, in fighting these things, sometimes you also need to gather intel. Appreciate the whole value chain, the people, the kingpin, the cartel, and how to dismantle it. That's actionable. But in doing this, right, you need some time. This is a president who had barely done 120 days. But I appreciate the expectation.
You know, we don't see Mahama as a new president.
No, hold on, I beg you.
I'm just saying we see him as the
8 years ahead.
But we see him as
you see, so the point I am making is that, Alfred, all we are saying is that the benefit of time puts things in perspective. And like you said, the Honorable Ama Kofibua and Co. And usually the fight becomes better when the people do not have personal interest in the outcome. Yes. If the person has a concession, then you want to protect.
Look, so I went to see the Blue Water. I was there for the graduation. The initiative is fantastic. It's not like the old one. You know, I had to debrief my colleagues, including Ken, and I'm happy he's also submitted that he's had a shift in thoughts. And let's all give it the support and hope that things will get right. The defense minister was represented by Broja. Broja gave a fantastic speech. I'll highlight some parts of it. He said, illegal mining remains one of the greatest threats to Ghana's national security. So the Ministry of Defense itself has publicly announced the risk it has. He said, we recognize that the use of force must always be a last resort in all civilized societies. The same is not an inability to use force. Whenever necessary, we stand ready, willing and able to deploy decisive force in the battle against the Galamsey. Okay. For the avoidance of doubt, mining in water bodies is not in our collective interest, and all who do it must cease for their own safety. He has started showing us, the Defense Ministry is giving us, the Forestry Commission, the right support to start dealing with the matter.
In 2022, we took military officers out of forest guards.
Look,
what was the policy reason?
Alfred,
you should be interrogating that question. You are the journalist.
We will do that.
My brother Samuel Abujinapo, for instance, his ministry supervises forestry, whatever. Dominic Nitu will put him on air right now and ask him, as defense minister, why is it that in 2022, the military attachment to forest guards were withdrawn? That is your responsibility. There must be accountability. So you don't put John Mahama and then, like my senior brother Ken will ask, and not ask also this legitimate question. Why in 2022? Was it a government policy? What influenced the policy? That is how you shape public conversation.
They have ultimate responsibility to answer this question that you
Alfred,
asked.
This man we spoke to on air, he's been there for only 2 months. He told you.
Look at the impact.
Look at the impact. Did we need to wait for this man to be appointed? Were there no Ghanaians? Were there no anybody? Was there nobody loving this country? We had ministers who are living large, who can't explain their wealth. And they didn't stand in for us and our future.
No, I think that we should even focus. Listen, in 2022, forest guards or forestry officers needed military officers to accompany them. It was a government policy then to withdraw that. What
went into that? And look at the implications.
Went into that decision.
Look,
the Minister for Natural Resource then and the Minister for Defense should be speaking to the public and say, no, this is why we thought that we didn't need our military to follow forest guards in their work. Then we can interrogate. There must be accountability.
You see, what my brother said here, and we're talking about NDC people being brought, is very important. But this, once we all now agree that we have a national fight, I think that the MPP people too should start calling out their own who are partaking in this entire exercise. As the NDC does it, I am told through very reliable intelligence. But let me finish. I'm coming finish. That the riot act. I'm coming, Prof. I'm not surprised by what I heard from Edwin. Because earlier in this week I spent a lot of time going under the ground to understand what's really going on. In fact, the president and the minister for lands and mineral resources, as well as the defense minister, they have summoned all their top NDC people, their chairman and all that. They've read them the riot act. So I'm quite confident in what you are saying.
Yes. I'm very
confident because this is going to be the legacy of John Mahama.
Yeah. And this man,
there is nothing wrong that is going on.
After 4 years, he will not be president again. So he wants to cement his name in the records that as president, this national canker, I decisively fought it.
Mr. President, you have to fully give Boa the support, fully give our brother Omani the support, and he has made us really proud. Omani, I'm really, really proud of you.
Okay. No, Dr. Mane, once he says activate the body counts,
and I think
you know the result. It will be 56%.
Thank you.
I was angry yesterday. I was angry last week. And you heard me fire small.
No, but
this week, what I have seen has given me hope. But this hope is hope for now. It must be sustained action.
Yes. Okay.
The dialogue and general engagement that Ken spoke about is important. In all these efforts, you have to carry the people along. That's where in the communication you miss it a bit. Carry everyone along. You set a strong tone. Let's hope and work together. Whether you're NDC or MPP, when the water is infectious, you also suffer. If you don't suffer, your children or your neighbors or somebody in your village will suffer. So let's work together. If you find somebody in your hood, in your party, you expose them. That is what will give Ghanaians confidence that you are no more a Galamsey party. For which reason, even in 2028, if you want to come, there's a reason to look your way. But if you can't even expose your own people, like Akunta mining, the Oga, you're on your own.
All right, so I'll take the final comment on this because Nana Bosompe will have to leave us to go and join his team on the ground already. Nana, there's a message I want you to quickly respond to. This is coming from a medical doctor. He says, was this raid... Nana, please put your video on for me. He said, was this raid done with consultation and advice from the Ghana Health Service? Nana Bosompe, can you hear me? He says there's a major...
Can you repeat yourself, please?
Yes. He's asking if the raid in the Abrewa Ninkran was done with consultation and advice from the Ghana Health Service, because in his view, there's a major health risk posed by this population. There should have been some serious screening to detect various health risks and infections due to their activities there. The 9 brothels full of prostitutes that you talk about, STI, HIV, tuberculosis, etc., such people should be screened before they find themselves in our general population, because, as you indicated, you didn't arrest them, they've moved and dispersed. Is it something you did?
No, I mean, we didn't do that. Upon hindsight, we wish we had a luxury of time to be able to do so. In fact, when we got there, we wish we had even come with emergence of the immigration agency because of the nationals that we encountered. But like I said, to be successful, there was that element of surprise. Okay. And within the time that this operation was conceived, around 9 p.m., we were supposed to move at 12 midnight and get to the community by 2:30 a.m. So there are a lot of things that we couldn't put in place. But going forward, I think we need to have a good strategy that should involve the police, the military, the immigration service, probably what you just mentioned, the Ghana Health Service, agents of national security. But then sometimes we are challenged. The bigger the size of the operation, the more likely information can leak if people get to know exactly where we're going. So I think we will factor all these things into consideration and see how we can rope in other allied institutions to support our fight.
Nana,
today we highlighted.
Perfect. Nana, I do appreciate your time. Thank you so much for...
I'm grateful to you.
Indeed. Thank you for taking time out to join us for the past 2 hours this morning. And I know you've got to go back to your work. Congratulations to you and the team. You know, and also admitting where you could get it better. Let's improve as the days go by to fight this illegality head on, because we are all at risk. Nana, thank you and good work.
Thank you.
Nana Bosompem is the Western Region Manager of the Forestry Commission. He's leading the task force, the Military Forest Guards Task Force, clamping down on this illegality. You understand the next place they are going already, they've moved into the Jerusalem area, where you mentioned. You understand there's an operation taking place as we speak in the Jerusalem, and then also very interesting in Jerusalem, full of illegality. Wasan crime as well. We understand there's something that's taking place there. A number of you have sent us messages. Also, talk with Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo. Thank you very much for the message. Also commending Nana Bosompem as well for the work done. Forest guards have some form of arms, but their numbers are woefully inadequate. But what stops the Forestry Commission from asking the security agencies to support in dealing with unauthorized trespass and illegal activities in any forest? Do you know how heavy they immediately apprehend trespassers who enter any forest to cut small chapia You say, great contributions from Ejudi Tamaklo. He says, the other one says, I agree with Senor on the compliments on Ejudi Tamaklo's point this morning. He has said it right, and we are also taking notes. As you have always said, Alfred, we live to remind our leaders of what they have said to us and what they said they would do. That is our ultimate responsibility of being citizens and not spectators, you say. Thank you very much for taking on that responsibility as well. Papa BCU says, even though the military is needed against external aggression, question is, when was the last time Ghana had that? I strongly believe the taxpayers' money used in paying the military against external aggression, which there is none for now. This time, the military should be made to face the internal, you say, I'm sure you want to write terrorists against Galamsey intruders, you say. Thank you very much for the message. This one here says, good morning. Great discussion this morning. Can they ask the panelists on the Galamsey discussion, are they conscious of the pushback from the beneficiaries, financiers of this menace, overtly and covertly? In discussing, not too much information should be divulged because they are not dummies. They are intelligent. So let's push for the state of emergency, you say. Thank you, Reverend Emmanuel. Thank you for that message as well. This one here says, from Shams, good morning, Alfred. The success of Galamsey fight largely depends on the willingness of the president to honestly deal with this menace. And thank you very much. He says, President, salvage our lands, essentially. Kenal Fesa Sabwaje, good morning, says, good morning, Alfred. The program highlights the grave security, says this program this morning highlights the grave security risk, among others, that Galamsey poses to the nation. This action must be sustained, and this conversation must continue. Says grateful for this morning. Kenal Fesa Sabwaje, thank you very much for your message this morning. Quite a number of them. I appreciate all of you, and as well, say good morning once again to our listeners on the Voice of London radio. This is in the heart of the city of London, serving diaspora to the maximum. So welcome once again to our listeners on the Voice of Radio London. This leads us to our next conversation this morning. The former Attorney General was in court this week for and on behalf of his client, Vincent Asifua, regarding the petitions against the Chief Justice. Now, the case has been adjourned, this injunction case has been adjourned again for the second time this time around because one of 5 justices of the Apex Court was absent. Both the Attorney General and that's the current Attorney General, Dr. Dominic Ayine, and the former Attorney General, Godfrey Yabo Adame, spoke to the media after the adjournment. We want to hear them to set the tone, and then we'll go for a quick break. But let's hear them. What we're
not to hear the case, it's not mine to make. All right. And the reason why we were absent at the last agenda date was because we organized a training far ahead of the date that was given to us by the court. And the training was for all 6 attorneys, all right, by the ECOWAS Court of Justice. So they were being trained on the procedures and rules of the ECOWAS Court of Justice. And because of that, I was deeply involved in the training. My deputy was deeply involved in the training. The ECOWAS delegation that was doing the training was here in Accra. And we just asked for a date. Lawyers ask for this all the time when they are constrained and cannot be available in court. So for you to interpret that to mean that we are not willing, to go along with this process is totally unacceptable.
Thank you. Well, there's an application for the local injunction pending. So why would anybody proceed? I'll find it quite interesting by board. And be the height of the discussion rule of law if they proceed in that manner.
So as far as you are concerned, you expect the President to halt the Constitution of the Council of State while this is pending?
It's not my expectation. It's the expectation of the law. The law expects that such regard for due process to observe. And so it will be actually a confirmation of their disregard for the rule of law. And I think that if you see the affidavit filed by the Attorney General,
I mean, there are those who have made reference to the fact that in that affidavit, it makes the point that there's no law that requires a fair hearing to be given to the Chief Justice. And there are some who are also saying that even under the previous government, the president gave a hearing after he had referred the matter to the Council of State already.
I would say that the Lord has a fine way of exposing the hearts and desires of men. The Lord has an interesting way of exposing the hearts, the true desires of men. And indeed, it's been evidence in the affidavit filed by the Attorney General. They did not intend to accord any right of hearing to the Chief Justice.
That's the former Attorney General Godfred Yeboah Dame. We'll go for a quick break. When we're back, Christian Mamhesi is a private legal practitioner. Is going to be joining us in the studio. Martin Pebo is also going to be joining us on Zoom for this conversation on the position that the immediate past Attorney General takes, that to the extent that there's an injunction hearing ongoing, the processes to remove the Chief Justice, or as it were, even have the Council of State engaged by the President, should halt. It should not continue until after the determination of this particular injunction in court. We'll be back shortly after this quick break. Stay with us. Yes, welcome back to Key Point here on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. We are also on the Voice of London radio in the city, in the heart of the city of London. Welcome you once again. And then also as part of, you know, my birthday, the NCC have given the viewers of the show some 50 copies of the Constitution, because we talk law every Saturday. So NCC, thank you very much for the gift. So for the viewers of Key Point, this is first come, first serve. If you're able to come to TV3, just say that you want a copy of the Constitution that we're giving for free. So 50 copies, we'll give 20 this week, and then next week we'll give another 20. The third week we'll give 10. So thank you to the NCC for that. Our next conversation, as I indicated, you just heard Godfrey Yeboadame, but the minority in Parliament also addressed the press this week on this same matter of the petitions against the Chief Justice. This is Alexander Penyomakin some few days ago. Take a look.
Event at the residence of Reverend Ntim Fojo leaves so much to be desired. Very unfortunate. In any event, they could have used due process of law to, invite him. And then the final point, government must focus on issues of governance, creating jobs, and helping better the lives of the people. We are still aware that a lot more are being dismissed from various state institutions that are even very independent and are limited liability companies, and whose budgets do not rely on government budgets. We are also concerned about an attempt by certain individuals in government to push for the removal of the Chief Justice. The judiciary should not be seen as part of the partisan political system in our country. All we need is to have an impartial judiciary to dispense justice. What is happening is unacceptable, and it's clear that the NDC government wants to infiltrate the judiciary and make it partisan. But my advice to all judges in the country, stand together. Let not somebody create an impression of one of you and think that by dislodging one of you, you will be the next. The next day, you would also be the next. The judiciary must stand as one body and make a full statement to condemn this act. The Ghana Bar Association must also stand for the judiciary. Civil society organizations must stand for the judiciary.
As Alexander Apenyomakin there, this morning I was clothed, or I have been clothed by Kogra Clothing, the best version of you. As always, what you see me wear every Saturday on the show is by Kogra Clothing. You can call them on 0244 238 341, 0244 238 341. They're on the Spintex Road, 18 Junction, opposite the Allied Oil Filling Station, ground floor, same building with the Ghana Made store. Also welcome private legal practitioner Christian Mamhesi. Good morning. Thank you for joining us, Counsel.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
Perfect. And let me start off with Professor Ranso Jampo on this particular issue and what the minority is saying. You heard Alexander Penyomakin make that particular point. Already, we know the process is in place or ongoing. As far as we do know, the Chief Justice has responded to the petitions against her. The consultation with the Council of State, as enshrined in Article 146, is ongoing by the President. As to whether a prima facie case has been established or not, it is not public, so we do not know. even though there's been some, publications pointing to that effect, and the minority also referencing some allegations that they say is contained in the petitions against the Chief Justice. But how things have played out, and especially the concerns that have come up, does it have any merit in there, in governance?
Yes. So let me speak as somebody who teaches governance and leadership and has undertaken a lot of research in that area. I mean, frankly, if we are really interested in nation building and the development of Ghana, then we should all be worried about this incident of wanting to change appointees when new regime takes over. And it is not something that is being done or people want this particular regime do. It is something that has characterized the conduct of our governance and politics from 1992 up to now. It is my view that there can be no meaningful talk about development if there isn't some form of stability. So, a nation that wants to develop cannot develop if it is always changing. Okay, so people are appointed, new government comes in, they change. People are appointed, new government comes in, they change. Generally, my general view about that is that it does not help us in our quest to build strong institutions and in our quest to ensure that there is a needed, people build the needed competences and people stay in office permanent enough to gain the needed experience to be able to serve the nation well. You see, in countries that believe in coalition, coalition government easily crumbles. And when coalition government easily crumbles, sometimes these countries are able to run on their own even before new elections are held. And they succeed because the officials in the country who are not politicians may have been able to stay in office for long, garnered the needed experience and competences such that government comes, government go. Whether there's government or not, they will be able to run the country well. So I'm saying that we should be aiming at ensuring that we build institutions such that regardless of who is in power, okay, there are people there who will be able to serve the nation. Very important. So I am not so much enthused about the practice of always wanting to change appointees when new regimes, get into power. But let us interrogate the issues very well. Now, who caused them? Why is it that these things are going on? The point is this. It is because of the mode of appointment of these officials. We must begin to interrogate them. If we are going to continue to appoint judges like the way we've been appointing them, then we would always continue to face this kind of challenge. Okay? Elsewhere, judges are appointed after they have written competitive exams. Elsewhere, judges are appointed after they have attended some interviews. Elsewhere, judges are directly elected by the people. Now, we have fashioned out a kind of constitutional arrangement that allows the president to appoint, he said in consultation with the Council of State. The Council of State, Judicial, and in consultation with a body that the president himself has a hand in determining its composition. Now, and the challenge has also been that when this power of appointment is being exercised, it is exercised in a manner that does not fully satisfy the Weberian conception of meritocracy. And so what happens is that you want to appoint a Chief Justice. There are so many senior judges on the Supreme Court, but the appointment power is exercised in a manner that disregards these seniors. It disregards the contribution of seniority and people who have been there for long. So they will say, well, it's a political appointment. So they will go and pick somebody who doesn't have that kind of experience, who has not been there for that long, and who has not garnered that kind of competences. They will just appoint you and then say, we are making you the Chief Justice. Now, if you do that, first of all, your seniors begin to question you. Secondly, the idea of meritocracy and you not meeting that requirement comes in. Okay? And once you yourself know that, look at the fact that I had people who were senior to me there and I've been appointed over them, I've been chosen over them. Once you yourself appreciate that you've benefited from that kind of political grace, you tend to now want to sing or dance to the tune of your appointing authority. And so soon after your appointment, you see how the comportment and the conduct and the public utterances and the attitude of these appointees, who would always do everything possible to please their appointing authority. Why? Because the appointing authority chose them over their seniors. Now, the moment you begin to do that, then you make yourself a candidate for efforts to remove you anytime power changes hands. Because given the way and manner you are appointed, and given your own feeling of wanting to show gratitude to your appointing authority, you would publicly you would conduct yourself in a manner that would make people see that, look, you are only dancing to the tune of your appointing authority and you are not asserting the principle of your independence or judicial independence. And so when that happens, you tend to create in the psyche of the people that you are for your appointing authority. And it is unfortunate that in Ghana, appointees up to now haven't developed or haven't learned or haven't been socialized into the practice of learning to serve the nation rather than serving government. Okay, people appointed would always want to please the appointing authority rather than serving the nation. Now, the moment you decide that, look, I won't serve the nation, but I always want to dance to the tune of my appointing authority, then you make yourself a candidate for removal. When the next election, produces a different result, because no government would also want to see a judiciary headed by people who clearly are doing the bidding or did the bidding of a former government. And the other bit is that, look, people must learn to gravitate towards where there is power. What I've seen is that in the Ghanaian public service, even when power changes hands, people are not intelligent enough to know that, look, my bosses that brought me here are gone. And so let me go then serve the new boss. They don't know it. And so what happens is that there are anecdotal and also empirical evidence of some of these people who were previously appointed doing things to sabotage the newly installed and invested regime. And so when this thing happens, to prevent that kind of sabotage and all that, then the new government would also want to ensure that these things don't go on. And so then they would give in, or people would make petitions. Okay. People who love the regime would want to make petitions that you are changed so that there is no sabotage. All these things do not help advance our democracy and good governance. And so I am not happy with the fact that we would always want to change, but there are reasons why some of these things happen. And so my view is that let us, as President Mahama has resuscitated the constitutional review process, I am looking forward to a certain recommendation that would help us, or would be in the direction that let us rethink the mode of appointing certain officials of state, especially when it comes to judges and then the Chief Justice. Let us rethink it so that, number one, we will appoint people based on the Weberian conception of meritocracy. If you're appointing, you should be sure that the person, how do you feel as a young judge who has been made the Chief Justice, when your seniors, people who taught you, people who have garnered all the experience and competence are there, and then you are just made to benefit from that kind of political grace. Okay, meritocracy also includes experience. And so the recommendation that I'm expecting from the Constitutional Review Committee that has been put in place by President Mahama should look at how judges are appointed, and we should focus on meritocracy. And then when the person has also been appointed on merit, let the person who gets into office assert himself or herself in the discharge of his duty or her duty such that people would appreciate your independence. Now, you should not play to the gallery. You shouldn't be seen that, well, because it is Party X that appointed you, you are doing things in a manner that pleases only that party that appointed you. We are here in Ghana, and we heard this cliche of unanimous FC. It created a very bad image for the judiciary, that because their heads or their bosses were appointed by the ruling government, they are always playing to the gallery, and when a matter is given to them, the empaneling and the verdict of the judges clearly show that they have taken sides, in a manner that does not guarantee their own independence and their survival and their own permanence in office. So it is important that we look at some of these things holistically, such that we will be able to be inching closer to the quest that we build institutions and actually strengthen them. Because this practice of we always want to change, it will not help. It will not help anybody. But I'm saying that the practice of we would always want to change would fester and will continue so long as we do not rethink the mode of appointment of judges, so long as the judges themselves conduct themselves in a manner that gives them out as having taken side. If you take side, then you do not expect. Now, President Mahama must go according to the implement the work of the oral committee. But those who have stolen from us, they must be brought to book. But if the president does not trust the judiciary, then it becomes difficult, because then the idea is that if you go there, they will frustrate you. So it is important that we do things that would bring about public trust in the judiciary, such that regardless of whoever is in power, we can trust that the judges and the judiciary will act with some sense of competence and independence. Other than that, if we overlook this, then the practice of always wanting to change would continue in a manner that would undermine our quest to build strong institutions.
Well, and on this particular path of the Constitutional Review Commission, because it's an exercise that is ongoing already, Lawyer Martin People is joining us on Zoom. And I know, Counsel, this is a position that you have supported in the past about the Constitutional Review process taking a look at the appointment of the Chief Justice, that power taken away from the president if we truly want the judiciary to be independent indeed, not in words alone. Correct?
Absolutely, Mr. Ocansey. Absolutely. Because we've all seen that for all the arguments that Professor Jampo is raised, we've actually seen that that's been our history, that is shown that some judges are not able to hold their independence, okay? Yes, once they get the appointment, then they seem to pander. Others have held it well, but look, if we are speaking bluntly, overall, we all know that generally the judges would, seem to defer to the presidents that appoint them. That's the overall picture. We are not saying that 100% that's what happens, but we mean generally. And Professor Tuguba once did a paper on it, and when he released it in Gimpa some years ago, it brought the judiciary to their feet. I remember Chief Justice Sophie Kufu then, Yasantua, our beloved Yasantua, telling Professor Atuguba to, be more nuanced, to put, salt. The phrase was to make sure that his statements were said that were nuanced and more acceptable, but not to make it so categorical that the judges tend to vote for the presidents that appoint them. Yes, Justice Duche also came in, but he was more measured. And then, yeah, so you see how far we've come. So Achukubai's paper is there. At least he has done a research paper. It's more rigorous than the anecdotal evidence that we are giving. But listen, nobody can fool me, and nobody can stop me from making the point that overall, generally, it goes when it comes to the matters, when it comes to the crunch. Let's separate the topics. There are those that generally go for a better society, like the cases that I've done, the people number 1, number 2, number 3, etc. Yes, those are not political. But we are talking about the hard cases. When it comes to the hard cases, it's politics. And let's not forget that even in the selection process, the presidents usually choose judges who share in their viewpoint, judges who share in their philosophy, judges who have their own, they share the same philosophy. That's it basically. That is what we usually say in common parlance, that this judge is NDC and that judge is MPP. That's what we say in common parlance. But if you want to put it intellectually, you would say that they share the same philosophies, the same vision, okay, the same ideology,
but
the
Martin,
same
you see, not to cut you, but you see, Martin, you can share in the philosophy of the president without being a bootlicker, because we know elsewhere judges are appointed. Yes, no president want to appoint a judge who is openly opposed to him, but elsewhere judges are appointed. And you have the judges asserting themselves. If the appointing authority is wrong, they will say that you appointed us, but this one you are wrong. And so it is good to have people appointed that who share your philosophy. But the point is that sharing a philosophy of appointing authority is not the same as being seen as a bootlicker and always doing the bidding of your appointing authority. If you do that, then constantly our judges would always be candidates for attempts at removal.
Well, okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. So, and you see, this sometimes, look, let's go open. Sometimes we make it look like it's only in Ghana. Trust me. In the United States of America, when Trump won, before he won, what did he say? He said if he won, not the second term, the first term, that he was going to appoint justices to the Supreme Court who will vote for him to overturn Roe versus Wade. When we say Roe versus Wade, that's a Supreme Court decision in the U.S. that now bans abortion. There are certain exceptions. We cannot go in there. But generally, under Roe versus Wade, it was easier. Okay, the pregnancy was divided into 3, the trimesters. First 3 months, second 3 months, third. And was generally easier first 3 months, second 3, and then more complicated in the third. Right. But overall, Roe versus Wade is generally gone. But the point we are making is that before Trump won, that was his promise to the people that, look, he will get judges who will come and overturn Roe versus Wade. And true, when he became president, Amy Goldman, the Catholic judge and other justices, he selected them well. They sat on it and boom, or if you like, boom, Roe versus Wade was gone. So it tells you that generally, it's something. It's not peculiar to Ghana. We are not saying it's good. Okay, no, that's not. But we're just saying that it's a human problem. And so far, we have shown that we are about to take the lead. We are about to make sure that the president doesn't appoint superior court justices and doesn't appoint the chief justice. So Pufu said it. She granted an interview. Before she granted it, we even had started. This is a conversation that has been going on. It's been over 10 years since this conversation started that in the new constitution, the president should not be appointing chief justices. We need a different judicial council that would not also have many of the president's appointees. The president will not appoint persons onto the judicial council to be independent. And it's that judicial council that will see to the appointment. So yes, we are moving towards there. It looks like JM is ready to give it. Everybody sees that JM is hungry to leave a legacy. It looks like he's hungrier than Kwame Nkrumah, it appears, because he wants to leave his mark on this country. And it's good. It's good we trolled him in opposition for 8 years. I think the trolling has finally, it got to him. And so that the next time I get an opportunity to lead Ghana, I'll be said that even Kwame Nkrumah will find it difficult to beat me. And so far, it looks like it. So even though we've not yet seen the work of the Constitutional Review Committee, it's very clear that generally the nation is moving towards an independent judiciary, at least in the form of appointment. Let's not forget, even when the president doesn't appoint the justices, there are other ways the president can control. You remember Chief Justice Tokono, the current Chief Justice, said it, that at a point, Akufo-Addo was using money to control the judiciary. He would not release their budgetary allocations and thereby would be able to control them. So we'll still be then left with the financial independence. So perhaps the chairman of the Constitutional Review Commission, Professor Prempeh, should be looking at that angle too. How we'll strengthen it. Yes, currently, on paper, they'll tell you that, oh, when the judiciary send their budget, you can't cut it and the rest. But practically, there are ways of going around it. So perhaps the committee should be looking at how they can get the financial independence too.
I see. Now, and this is why I bring Lawyer Digital Maklo, because I just want to run up on this aspect of the conversation, because it ties directly into the current state of affairs. Is there a real challenge that this call for the review of these powers will solve? Council.
I think that we are faced with an issue that we should not confuse matters. What we are discussing this morning relates to a press conference by the minority leader. He calls himself the mighty minority leader. What that means, I don't know. But what is not in doubt is that the minority leader says that there is an unacceptable attempt by the NDC to infiltrate the judiciary, and now says that civil society groups must condemn that act. And not only that, he invites all other persons, religious leaders and what have you, to tell President Mahama to stop what the Constitution says he should do. Article 146 of the 1992 Constitution is in clear terms. Thankfully, our Supreme Court had the opportunity to interpret Article 146 on the removal processes, particularly as it relates to a Chief Justice. Question: has President John Dramani Mahama done anything today not stipulated by the 1992 Constitution? Certainly the answer is no. Now, President Mahama, having assumed the office of President of the Republic of Ghana on the 7th of January 2025, has received 3 petitions. The petitions are to the effect that, based on the constitutional arrangement, the only basis that you can remove the Chief Justice or a Justice of the Superior Court is 1, through stated misbehavior, incompetence, or infirmity. As I speak to you now, I have not had the benefit of seeing the content of the petition. I have not seen it. Because if you recall, the Supreme Court in Franka J. Chum had provided a certain parameter that the entire process should be kept in camera. Strict confidentiality. So President Mahama, guided by this decision of the Supreme Court, has kept the petition under wrap. In fact, if you recall, when Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, wrote to him however, copied to the Ghana Bar Association, Association of Judges and Magistrates. Obviously, the president expressed his disappointment with that conduct. Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, demanded of the president or requested that, Mr. President, I need 7 days to respond to these petitions before a prima facie case can be made against me. The president advised properly, said, yes, even your request for 7 days, I'll give you 10 days. That was offered her generously. Let the record reflect that Afenyo Makin, one of the principal advisors of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on legal matters, did not advise Akufo-Addo to give Charlotte Osei the benefit of these 7 days or 10 days. That is our record. So it is a mark of it. Let me say, it is hypocritical for my learned senior Afenyo Makin to do a press conference and suggest that President Mahama is doing something untoward. It's regrettable.
Well, no, he's not the one who holds that. The argument by the immediate past Attorney General is that to the extent that this injunction application is being heard, it behoves on the president to halt any process ongoing under Article 146 until the determination of that case.
You see, as for Godfred, I won't even talk about him for now. Let me deal with a major issue. You see,
why is that? That underlines the position that Macron has taken.
President Mohammed's fidelity to the 1992 Constitution is something that should be celebrated. When he became president, he appointed a Shraj boss called Madame Vivian Loretta Lamptey. Now get something. Honorable Frank Anodompre, MPP MP, and another gentleman by name Richard Nyama brought a petition to President Mahama that the Shraj boss so appointed by him has misconducted herself, financial issues, and therefore were seeking the removal of the Shraj boss. President John Dramani Mahama, consistent with his character to uphold the rule of law, accepted the petition, forwarded it to the CJ then. The CJ then made a prima facie determination, and the Shraj boss, Madame Loretta Lamptey, then
an appointee of President Mahama,
was removed by President Mahama. Consistency. Today, as we speak, President John Dramani Mahama is in receipt of 3 petitions. I don't know the individuals. What has he done, having received these 3 petitions, to warrant that unprovoked, meritless provocation from Afenyo Makin? Has President Mahama done anything inconsistent with the 1992 Constitution? No. He received the petition. The Chief Justice said, President, I've become aware through a press release by your spokesperson, the Honorable Felix Kwachi, that these petitions are in your custody for my removal. Mr. President, before you make any comment further on this petition, Mr. President, I want to respond. The President said, well, I mean, that's fair. In fact, you should have actually spoken to me. Meanwhile, the letter requesting for it, you've copied other people. But that's beside the point. Your request is legitimate. I will give you 10 days to adequately prepare. Now, the president, having done this, was it consistent with the Constitution? Due process. He said, look, let everybody, you can't condemn a person without hearing, even though I differ. The president says, I will do that. Now, the Council of State or whoever is supposed to go into the merit or otherwise of it. If the Council of State so advise the president and advise that he is not bound by law, what you do, if he sees that there is a determination of prima facie, you do a 7-member, a 5-member committee comprising 3 justices and 2 quote-unquote civilians to determine whether it merits your removal. In the meantime, the president has the power to suspend you. Now, from the time of the receipt of the petition to date, has President John Dramani Mahama done anything outside the strictures of the Constitution? No. Now, listen carefully.
I just want clarity. I'm told that there had been a ruling that says that if there is a petition against the Chief Justice, the President is not bound to give a copy of that petition.
No, so you see,
I'm just asking.
No, so you see, there were two schools of thought.
Okay.
That flowing from the Frank Ajechum decision.
Okay.
There is a lacuna. And that at this point, really, because personally, I think that when a petition comes and you respond copiously, it means that on the face of it, there is something that needs to be looked into. Okay. That's my view. And so I strongly believe that even at this point, the question of giving a copy to the person or respondent here is a bit, the Constitution itself is a bit silent on it. Okay. But President Mahama said, regardless, I will give you the opportunity, and gave her 10 days to respond. Now look at this. Afenyomakin, who addressed the press, one of the principal legal advisors to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo until he left office, was here when Madame Charlotte Osei's petition came. Faceless individual. With all the issues, Madame Charlotte said through her lawyers, wrote to Mr. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for a copy of the petition to respond. Eugene Ahin, the presidential gongon beater, then said, listen carefully, then said, it is not in the place of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to give Charlotte Osei a copy of the petition. Mahama didn't say so. Mahama said, have it. Madam Sophia Akufo, then Chief Justice, because it relates to, did the prima facie determination. Eventually, the president appointed a 5-member committee. My Lord Justice Benning, the late Justice Mafusa, Agnes Doji, Abrampa, and another woman. They went into the merit and said, look, there is grounds, and recommended the removal of Madame Charlotte Osei. It was a 3-2 majority decision. You understand? So that is our record. Has President Mahama today done anything outside what Akufo-Addo has done? In fact, he had even gone a step higher. The lawyer Akufo-Addo was not willing to give a copy of the petition. The non-lawyer John Dramani Mahama respected the request of her ladyship, the Chief Justice, and offered her. She even requested for 7 days. President Mahama.
Don't compare President Mahama to
Akufo-Addo. Please, gentlemen. Hold on.
I understand you are unconstitutionally interfering in my submission.
But I'm saying,
if you compare,
So I am saying that. Wait. So I am saying that this attack from the minority, and I've heard my learned senior Daku and the minority leader, I see that Afenyomakin cleverly wants to turn the conversation into an NDC MPP thing to muddy the waters. Cleverly. And if you heard my national chairman, he said, this matter, we are not talking about it, the merit or otherwise. President John Dramani Mahama has so far conducted himself so well. And it's also because he had the benefit of sound legal advice with the likes of the Attorney General, Marietta, and co. around him. They would not allow the president, even though a non-lawyer, to do anything outside the constitutional stipulation. And so, you see, I think that regardless of the merits of the petition, and I don't want to go into it, regardless of that, I have seen media houses, some other media houses and colleagues say, oh, the NDC wants to remove Madame, what's her name? Her Chief Justice Tokonu, because either than that, the NDC cannot do oral or something.
And that you don't trust the current architecture of the judiciary to prosecute the oral
Let me
cases.
tell you. I'll tell you. Hold on.
No,
hold on. Shouldn't I beg you. I beg you. I'll give you a classic example. A case I conducted. So there is a judge.
I'm enjoying listening to you.
There is a judge. My Lord, I'll just use this example. And my Lord Justice Akabuafo, you know him?
Yes.
Okay. Good. My Lord Justice Akabuafo was appointed by President Mahama High Court. Then Nanado took him to the Court of Appeal. Right?
Yeah.
Good. So he strained both regimes, correct. I did Ato forcing at the appeal before him as one of the Court of Appeal judges. When he saw merit in it, even though he was appointed by President Nanado to the Court of Appeal, he saw merit in our appeal and acquitted and discharged. So for me, the idea that, oh no, because you have been appointed, in fact, Her Ladyship Justice Tokono, do you know who took her to the Court of Appeal? Do you know who took her to the High Court? She strained all the political parties. So this has nothing to do with whether she was appointed by MPP or NDC. What we all need to do is soberly reflect, and I'm sure if a prima facie determination is made, we'll all have the benefit of knowing. Look, in the case of Charlotte Osei, and remember that when Charlotte Osei matter happened, Frank Ajechum had already been decided. As at the time, Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo forwarded the Charlotte Osei petition to her Ladyship Chief Justice, I think Sofa Akufo, right? And she made a prima facie determination. What was it on? Procurement breaches. I remember at that time, I cautioned. I said, no. Superior Court judges, because of the countervailing force in our democratic experiment, right? The grounds for their removal should be something very serious. At that time, my friends in the MPP, my friends in the MPP said, no, it matters not. Procurement breaches is enough, and that constitutes stated misbehavior. I said, look, the Procurement Act itself envisaged the possibility of violation and provided in Section 90 the opportunity to rectify. And so, in the wisdom of the maker of the law, they envisaged a situation where there could be mistake. So they said, set up a committee, investigate the matters. If the committee now makes... So I was looking at a situation where before you can remove a judge, it should be on grounds that he has stolen public funds. There's some, you know, some... Our friends in the MPP said no. And I remember, and I said this with so much sadness. Kweku Baako issued a writ at the Supreme Court. His lawyer was Samson Ladi Ayenene. That day, I happened to be at the Supreme Court with my senior Dr. Ayene on a different matter. That same day, the Charlotte Osei suit came, Kweku Baako's suit came up. His Lordship Justice Nene Amegache asked Samson Ladi, Samson, are you saying that a breach of the Procurement Act is not a violation of a law, is not stated misbehavior? And that was it. That day, I left the court sad. I said, look, if we put it in that context, all of us become vulnerable. The level of vulnerability is high. But I think at that time, it was convenient for some people to do that. Possibly because it was Charlotte Osei. And I've always maintained that tomorrow is pregnant. The accounts have a saying, yes, oh, you are for son. Now, why are they? Look, why is Afenyo Makin panicking? Does he have the benefit of the petition and its context?
Well, there's been some references made to some allegations that the minority purport to be in the petition, which they describe in words as frivolous. In fact, the current Swami Member of Parliament, John Daka, addressed the press this week, referencing some allegations purporting to be in the petitions against the Chief Justice, and the description given to those allegations that they are frivolous. I want us to take a listen to
so that I can come. John Dako, let's listen to John Dako. Then I can.
And then I will set the matters in context. Take a look.
We are told that a gentleman who committed contempt in facie curia and was thus accordingly punished by the courts once the CJ, because he has been punished by the court, not the CJ. One of the last allegations we've heard, which is ridiculous, is the fact that the CJ has misappropriated some 75,000 Ghana cedis. An accusation which from the Judicial Service has been dealt with by the Auditor General's Alfred. Justice Tokunis' distraction should not be the grounds for your rising to the office of Chief Justice. To you, that judge, remember that you can rise together. But if you ride on the distraction of somebody to rise, remember that posterity will not be kind to you. To our development partners and foreign missions in the country.
So that's John. Hold on, because this, by the process and details of Article 146, the details of the petition is supposed to be in camera, secret. We shouldn't know. So but then again, the reference is made of the allegation.
My learned senior says we are told. Now, when the president had the benefit of the petition, and the Chief Justice wrote the request, the president, in honoring the request, sealed the petition before giving it to her. Who informed the minority of the details? If Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, in communication with the minority, because at this point, the petition is between the president and the Chief Justice. And in fact, for the president to guide the integrity of the process, he sealed, he marked the petition. I've heard one other journalist on Metro refer to what they claim to be the content of the petition. Who leaked to them?
That is, if it the details.
No, but this one, he phrases that we are told.
Yes.
I listened to him carefully.
No, I just played that.
Who told him these contents? But you see, how come that he, John Darko, his own colleague, Afenyo Markin, Frank Anodompre, brought a petition for the removal of Loretta Lamptey. President Mahama didn't say it was an MPP MP against my appointee. He received the petition, actioned it, he found merit, and dismissed his own appointee. How come that today, Anodompre and his minority do not have confidence that President Mahama will do same thing he did to Loretta, affording her the opportunity to defend herself? Where is the fear? Where is the panic? You see, the stand of the minority relative to this broader national issue actually betrays a certain thing. It is extremely revealing. What is it? In all these constitutional arrangements, there's only one person under Article 146 to perform that role of receiving a petition. It is not Professor Ranford Jampo. It is not my learned friend here or this big man, not even me. Only president. The president. Who is the president of Ghana? Possibly the petitioner should have addressed it to the MPP minority before and given it to Afenyo Markin so that Afenyo Markin can consult the Council of State in this process. Malene Senior, you were called to the bar before me, and I've always been inspired by your legal work. What exactly is the complaint against John Mahama? My senior John Darko, what exactly is the complaint against President Mahama? Now, when you assume the position of now deciding that a petition is frivolous, are you not usurping the powers of President Mahama and the Council of State? Lawyer Dako, it is rather your conduct that is unconstitutional. It is rather your conduct that is unbecoming of a lawyer. President Mahama so far has only conducted himself within the confines of the law. Akufo-Addo did it. The three commissioners of the Electoral Commission were all removed through that process. President Mahama has not invented a new rule. He's just basically holding fidelity to the 1992 Constitution. I think at this point, the minority must stay away and allow President Mahama to perform his constitutional responsibility. If there's any merit, and I've always said, thankfully, the Council of State has a retired Chief Justice on that committee. Her guidance, and in fact, thankfully, she even is in a very interesting situation. You know why?
Relationship.
No, Charlotte Osei's prima facie determination was made by who? By her. By her. So if there's anybody that has that experience, she'll bring that experience to bear. What did she see? In fact, if she's somebody who could make, yes, if she could make a prima facie determination for the removal of Charlotte Osei on her own, or even that one on her own, because remember that the process is different. If it comes to the Chief Justice, it's a different rule. But for other Superior Court judges, it's the Chief Justice that makes that determination. And she found it that in the case of Madame Charlotte Osei, the evidence of breaches of the Procurement Act was enough to warrant the establishment of the 5-member committee chaired by His Lordship Justice Bennett. Has President Mahama done otherwise? No. So away from this, complete red herring. But it is actually an emotional conversation now. Because you see, CSOs, you must stand for the judiciary.
I'm here, I will speak.
Has President Mahama, as we speak, President Mahama, has he appointed any judge?
No.
Has he appointed any judge?
No.
So where from the interference? Has President Mahama asked that a particular judge should sit on a case involving him or his government? No. If there was any evidence of judicial interference, kindly look at the African peer review report in 2004. No, 2005, even though it reflected 2004. When the Chikata trial, the fast-track composition, where in the midst, President Kufuor appointed Justice Afre to the Supreme Court and got onto the panel that reversed the original fast-track decision. The African Peer Review Mechanism report indicted the president as directly interfering in the judiciary. President John Dramani Mahama does not have that reckless record. So where is the conversation going?
Okay.
President Mahama, on the 7th day of January 2025, in taking his oath, said, I shall respect the 1992 Constitution. What Afenyo Makin and his micro minority are doing is to say, President Mahama, disobey the Constitution, which will now be a ground for his removal. Because remember that if the president disobeys the constitutional order, that's grounds for his removal. Indeed. At this point, with all the counsel available to President Mahama, he is fortified not to obey that recklessness, but to stick to what the Constitution says.
Right.
Let's see what the coming days will reflect.
Indeed, but lawyer Christian Mamhesi as well on this, because where is the concern really so far in the process as it's unfolding under 146, under Article 146? Where exactly does the position by, for instance, the immediate past Attorney General have merit that to the extent that there is an application for an injunction, the process should be put on hold until the determination of such a case? before the process resumes to hear even the petitions against the Chief Justice and have that consultation with the Council of State. Where does that argument have merit?
Okay, all right. It refers to, there's this case that came before Akabuafo. J. as he then was now at the Court of Appeal, where the case is ex parte Mahama Bugri. And in that, he had to deal with an injunction application. And in his ruling, he indicated that, amongst other things, where there are pending procedures of court, such that a ruling or judgment had not been given, and in such an injunctive application, especially when it has been served on the party has apprised himself to such proceedings as ongoing, then it requires on that particular person to hold on by actions that the person, hitherto that particular application being served on him or her, would have taken. Now, it meant that it is not only, and this relates to where injunction has been served and one is seeking to take steps and crossing into the line of usurping or interfering with the administration of justice. And it fringes into, it further fringes into issues of contempt. Okay. So it has to do with an injunction application served on the party where the application is yet to be taken, but the party carried actions so to overreach the court in respect of determining that particular application. So that was how this particular decision was borne out. I see. Yeah. But, well, the concern is that if really, but Prof, I'll come to you to the extent. Let me stay with Lawyer Christian Mamhes in a bit. So, is that to say that with this injunction by that's Vincent Assefa and another at the Supreme Court, the expectation was that the President should halt the consultation with the Council of State on these petitions against the Chief Justice and asking for her removal? It will, you see, legal jurisprudence helps the law so that in this situation where the actions of the President conjunctively with the Council of State, one is aggrieved by it, whether it is meritorious or not, out of which an application has been served. The jurisprudence behind it is that, just as I explained, in respect to this decision as reached by Akabuafo J, it means that, you see, and you will transpose that to Section 10 of the Criminal Offences Act at 29. We also look at Article 1912 of the 1992 Constitution. That deals with fair hearing and also issues of interfering with justice administration or matters before the court. Now, the whole reason is that, and just as I said, when the application is served on you, you have to allow the court to determine it. At the end of the day, you seeking to carry out with a particular step has to be run in juxtaposition to what the court would say. And in determination of what the court would say, if it should go contrary to
whatever step that you are taking, it will not run in sync with it. Now, if you take further steps, it would also be deemed as, just as I said, usurping the powers of the court. And to allow for the balance of rights of whatever the aggrieved situation or issues are, natural justice, or fair trial, requires that allow the court to determine the application.
But I think, let's be fair, counsel. You see, relief one of Assefua's suit, and always remember that an injunction doesn't stand alone.
Yes.
There's a primary document, which is the writ.
Yes.
Then the injunction is predicated on it. Yeah. Relief one of Assefua's destiny is that, to the extent that President Mahama did not notify Madam, her ladyship, the Chief Justice, prior to the consultation with the council, it was unconstitutional. Relief one.
That's true.
Now the president had gone ahead, not only notify her, submitted the petition to her for her comment.
That's
so
okay.
The primary relief, hold on, the primary relief had effectively become what?
Moot. Nobody is arguing
so the issue of holding the balance has been taken care of.
Yes.
And you see, if you read the decision you premise, my Lord Justice Akabuafo's decision,
yes.
You notice that he also gave a caveat that where the person is performing a constitutional duty, the court should be slow in clogging that constitutional duty with injunctions.
Okay.
In the same decision. So the judge then provides two scenarios. Oh, land, typical land issue. Oh, you are building on my land, there is litigation. Court can say, okay, hold on. Because you are building, stop. Let's get it done. But he said, look, once the person, and flowing from the decision in ex parte Ghana lotteries, he was fortified by that decision to say that once the person is performing a statutory or constitutional duty, the court should be slow in clogging that performance with injunctive orders, which finds expression in the decision that His Lordship Justice Akabuafo made. So he provided two scenarios. In this specific case, who else can receive a petition for the removal of a Chief Justice? The President. Who else will consult the Council of State? The President. So at this point, it is a duty that can only be performed by only him, not even the Vice President, not even the Speaker. So, Leonard, let's situate the conversation properly so that it doesn't look like the claim by Mr. Godfrey Ibuadami. And for him, like I said, I didn't want to because I did e-levy with him. Immediately the president assented. They started the collection, even though we were in court.
Okay, so that's why...
I was in court that day with him, and he justified it.
So you say that
incidentally, hold on, incidentally, that panel, that e-levy panel, the leadership, the Chief Justice won it.
I see.
Yes.
So like
yes.
So based on the argument that you're making, to the extent that even there's precedence to what is happening now, the former President Akufo-Addo was wrong to have assented to the e-levy, even though there was an injunction hearing ongoing or in place.
Yes, I mean, just as he said, you see, in the decision, the learned judge was even slow and cautious in making that particular decision. I mean, in response to issues of constitutional duties. You see, what is I love legal theory and jurisprudence a lot because what is the philosophy of the law? At the end of the day, in the situation we positing it in rule of law and looking at achieving justice at the end of the end goal is to achieve justice. Now there is an ongoing process under Article 146, and with that process, Article 146 has been invoked. However, meritorious or unmeritorious that particular application is. We all agree that that application has been rendered moot because the president has afforded her leadership the opportunity to respond. Now, for jurisprudence sake, what would it be for the president to allow that particular application to be heard in order to ensure that, yes, rule of law has been upheld, and for whatever it is, even though in the Akabuafo decision, there was a caution by the courts to hasten slowly in dealing with constitutional matters. It did not, the decision did not serve as a bar, but it only indicated that when it comes to that, let's hasten slowly as to what the situation would be, or for further decisions to come, whether from the High Court or especially from the Supreme Court, to authoritatively declare on how matters involving constitutional matters should be dealt with. The situation would keep evolving. Now, in the milieu we find ourselves, one would say, or legal scholars would be split into two schools of thought of should we allow, or should we say that where constitutional matters are involved in an injunction application is served, should the constitutional duties carry on, or there's a caution by a judge, by a learned judge, who indicated that, yes, the constitutional duty is important because it is in respect of state duty. So let's hasten slowly. How do we deal with it? So these are matters of constitutional jurisprudence, and a clear decision ought to be taken to deal with such matters.
Because then anybody else will just go to court. And you see, for example,
Alfred, I want to understand so that I can contribute.
So it's okay. Because you've made your point, I want to.
I want to understand because
it's okay.
I've got my time. It's okay. No, so
let me receive some. Edu's exposition on this matter brings some clarity. But when I listen to him, I get
allow me to just stay on the course on this matter. So, what exactly has President Muhammad done wrong exactly in this instance?
No, so in simple terms. In simple terms, an application for an injunction, simpliciter, when served on you, you have to restrain yourself. That is the legal thinking behind it. You have to restrain yourself from taking further steps until the matter is determined.
Despite what the judge,
I'm building a point. I said, an application for injunction simpliciter, when it is served on you, you have to restrain yourself, whether or not the matter is heard or not. So, pending the matter to be heard, you will restrain yourself. If the applicant can prove to the court that indeed there is proof of service of that particular application on you, you have been apprised with all that, and yet you took further steps with it, that particular person can bring a contempt application under the rules against you.
Catch the president.
Now, in the US, it is not far-fetched. Where Donald Trump engaged in the deportation. It also deals with such injunctive applications. I'm giving you the broader legal thinking behind it, or the legal theory and jurisprudence behind it. And it is one that is espoused in the Commonwealth, And in such situation, the federal judge, Boagas, indicated that he could hold Trump's administration for contempt, for possible contempt, because they have further taken steps in dealing with the deportation of over 200 immigrants. Now, that said and put behind, the point is that, which I was building up, is that having said that applications or matters pending served on you, further steps ought to be restrained. In the same way, or by the same decision, the judge further went on to caution that when it comes to constitutional matters or constitutional duties, we have to hasten slowly. Or the court must hasten slowly. It is the reason behind it is respect of the constitutional function of that particular president. You get it? So that is the reasoning. And once that area remains grey, unless a clear decision is taken to halt or to define what steps, especially with injunction applications, pending, how they are to be dealt with against constitutional bodies or constitutional persons that are carrying such mandate should be dealt with. This is how it would be managed.
I see. I'll have to just go for a quick break. I need to go for a quick break. I'll be back shortly after this quick break. Stay with us here on Key Point. We're live as well across the country on a number of radio stations, 3FM 92.7, also on Voice of London Radio in the heart of the city of London. Stay with us.